intervention. No other intervention from other than Maruf, from Mike, and from Ayodole. There are no other. There is no other people who want just to say which are the tools, because Maruf reply just to the question how. But I am interested about the tools, which means once that you identify a successful European partner, which are the tools that you use to promote yourself? A tool is it is a tool. A tool could be a document, could be a pitch, could be a presentation. So my question to you is, do you have in mind a format or a model in order that you can present the university, or you can guide the university in how to present this university to a consortium? So this is the first question. And the second question is, Maruf used this word, which is important, which is successful. So my question to you is, how would you rate an European organization successful? I would like to listen to your contribution on these two questions, which are the tools, and how do you consider an organization successful? Yes.
So, sorry, Roberto, do you mean European organizations or consortium? Yes.
Well, I mean, you know, they actually, you will not join before joining a consortium, you have to establish a contact with a successful organization.
Okay.
So my question to you is, how do you understand if an European organization is successful or not?
Well, to the best of my understanding, but how you can identify them would be to search on the European Commission portal, and usually you will see the number of projects they've engaged in and the one they've completed. So from there, I think you might be able to know whether they're actually successful or not over the time. And of course, you could always look at the lead applicants and Google them, search them to see what kind of publications do they have, and what have they been doing, which area are they actually concentrating on. So that way you will know whether they actually fit into your own project or your own idea, so to speak. So that way, once you search, you will see the number of projects they've engaged in. So from there, you'll be able to know whether they've been working on projects, or not, and how many have they completed.
Well, I
So
mean, exactly. So then, I mean, after this, when you are in Cordis, you can see the number of projects because you are joining not a consortium. Before you present yourself to an organization. And the words of Maruf are very important. You have to understand if an organization is successful in terms of implementation, because these are two different phases. You can have a university with a lot of research projects, with a lot of scientific reference, but this is not enough, because what you have to see is how many projects has been successfully completed. Successfully means that the activities have been implemented during the time frame. So, and what is important, and this is an indicator, is that the budget has been spent. The first indicator of a project which is in good health is a project which is capable to spend all the budget. If you spend, this is the first indicator. Then the second one is if you are spending well, but your first element is to understand what you are spending. So these are the issues that I would like to mention to you. So just to recap, in order to, your winning strategy is to identify successful, not consortium, successful organization in the dedicated area. Now, which are, I would like just to, so the question of, this is interesting because, sorry, I don't want to, okay. So, right. So, now this is, we have fixed which are the objectives of the strategy. And now what is important is who to contact. And this is, I mean, in my opinion, this is really the milestone. So there are three avenues, there are three pillars, and every NCP should be sorry. Oof. Sorry, I touched something wrong. Can you see my presentation? Hello? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, so there are three, there are three high performing EU organization. The first one is this Eurasian Europe NCP portal, is Cordis, and then there is this Euraccess network. So these are the three avenues, and we will enter into details in each of them. These are the three more important. NCP, it is what we discussed yesterday with Maurizio. Cordis, we saw it also yesterday, and Euraccess network will be presented today later on by an Ethiopian colleague. Now, my suggestion is sometimes you have several ways. This is a way to identify NCP in Europe. And what it is powerful is that you can find NCP in the cluster that you are interested in. So this is the link. As I mentioned to you, you can, this is the portal Horizon Europe NCP. And as I mentioned to you, member state, associated country, country in process in association. Third countries are all the countries which are not member states. For example, all the African countries are per country. Associated country are the country in the Balkan. So if you are looking, for example, someone in, let's say, for example, in Germany, and if you are looking for someone for an NCP in the climate, you see here, I mean, there is all the, this is you can drop an email, you have a telephone number, and you know, these are part of your network. So this is extremely powerful. This is extremely important. And when you wrote an email to David, you have to ask him, I am an NCP I am an NCP in the climate, energy, and mobility, and I'm looking for successful German partner with whom we are interested because, for example, we are working on a specific issue. So the second element, which is important to have clear in mind, is that you have to tell which is the subject you are interested in. So, you know, for example, Lassa fever, I made an example. This is extremely important. The second example about migration, for example, this is something that Omolola we speak about. So you have to ask a clever question, because if you ask a clever question, you have the chances to get clever answers. If you ask generic questions, you most likely you will have generic answers. So it is important that the quality of your question is very high, because and how can you make high quality of question is explaining what are you looking for on the basis of the sectorial area of the university you are working with. So this is the first The second challenge is you organization of selected proposal in Cordis. Cordis, you know, this is, so with this portal, you find NCP. With these two portals, you find organization. So these are the difference. So these are an intermediate level, and these are, you find directly the organization. As I mentioned to you, for example, could someone tell me which are a subject area where you are looking for partners? So let's make a real case. I want to know if someone could tell me which could be a subject area you are looking for partners. If you don't tell me, I cannot help you. So please tell me which are a subject area where you are looking for partners. Maruf, can you help me?
Yeah, yes, of course, Roberto, I can. For me personally, I will be looking into area of low carbon innovation development pathways, or climate change or sustainability, basically.
So low carbon, for example, no?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, well, I mean, look, there are, Maruf, can you follow me?
Yes, yes, I'm with you, yes.
Okay, well, I mean, imagine there are 20,971 results
Really.
for who reply to low carbon innovation. So it is important that you start making some filter. For example,
Mhm.
I would only go to Horizon 2020 because this is the most recent. And let's see whether the number will be reduced.
Okay.
I mean, I find out this system always fascinating because you are in Abuja or you are whatever you are. You can be in Italy or in Zimbabwe or whatever, and you can really surf in the world. Then you want also to have, for example, organization country. Let's see which are the country that you, Maruf, that you want to just to select.
You mean where I would like to work?
Yes.
Well, that would be Nigeria.
No, well, I mean, okay. So you are looking for a Nigerian partner.
Yes. Yes, of course. I would also like to look at Italy
Okay.
because I know a lot of experts are also in that area in Italy. So I will also be looking for partners in Italy.
Okay. So one is Nigeria and Italy. Where is it? And one in Italy. Okay. Apply. There are a lot of data here. This is the reason why the system allow. But anyhow, you see, for example, here, the number has been reduced to 934. Now, which are here, for example, well, I mean, this is something that we did already because low carbon is a cross-cutting issue, no? So is in agriculture, in medical, where in Maruf, in which of this area you want to just to investigate?
Yeah, I would say the urban sector, the urban area.
Here, there is no urban area.
Okay. What about the industry or the manufacturing sector?
Well, I mean, yeah, let's find here engineering and technologies should be rather wide. Well, I mean, you see here again, the number has been reduced to 198. Now, let's see which are our filter. For example, a topic. I don't know if on topics.
Sorry, Roberto, can I come in?
Yeah,
Would
sure.
it be possible for you to also share your screen so that people could see how you are also doing this searching and how you are filtering, so that they also know how to do it?
Because do you see my screen?
What we are seeing is the PowerPoint, not what you are searching.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Maru. Well, I mean, sorry, I was thinking that you could see it. Well, I
no,
mean,
no.
so this is the filter now.
Okay.
And so I mentioned to you, we started with low carbon in innovation. I mean, I repeat again, we start 2 digits with low carbon in innovation, and we get more than 20,000 results. Then
Yeah.
we selected only Horizon 2020 because this is the most recent one, no?
Yeah.
Then we use as a filter the country, and we use only 2 countries. One is Italy and the other is Nigeria. Then we selected the field of science, energy, and the technology, and we fill this one. Now here there are other. For example, this is interesting. We are looking for recent project, no, Maruf? So we can say, let's say, only a project which started in let's say in 20, which are recent. So which started in December. Which started in December. In December 2022. And here you see, for example, again, there are no projects. That means that we have to dig a bit before that. We can, let's say, for example, which is start date, we can have from start date. Okay, you see here again. Maruf, can you see my screen?
Yes, I
Okay,
can.
well, I
I
mean,
can see
you
it, yes.
see, the number has been reduced just to 62.
Okay.
So, well, I
that's
mean,
good.
here again, if you now, this is going so far, we use artificial intelligence, no? Well, I mean, but now we have to, we can add our filters. No, well, I mean, language where, yeah, maybe language we can use only in English. So we avoid the French one, but you see the number has not reduced a lot. And now one by one, you have to look at this one. And because, for example, this is low carbon transaction, but you have to understand where it has been applied.
Yeah.
And for example, here, this is an Italian partner. And here you don't, and here there is no Nigerian, but you can see whether maybe Nigerian it is included, but is not part. So what means that some study refer to Nigerian organization, and you look at this and you see this is low carbon applied to cities, you see? Nature-based solution for cities. So you have to see whether the subject is something that it is interesting, and you write just to the coordinator, and here you have the addresses. Now, another thing that you said is successful. How do you understand whether this Accademia Europea di Bolzano is reliable or not? Well, I mean, here, in this one, you have, no, sorry, this is not this one, is the previous one. Is the
I think
previous
if you
one.
scroll down.
Okay, here you can see.
Yes.
You can see on this one how much this academia I mean, how many projects they got awarded, you know. And this is very important because this provide you an indication of the reliability. And here, for example, you see, I mean, they got this partner sign 125 contracts. So, I mean, 125 contract means that they are really successful. You know, this means that this is, in my opinion, a very positive results. And they, you know, they were coordinator, so they coordinated for 49 projects. You know, this means that this academia has a very strong reliability on in terms of successful project. And here there are the number of projects. So based on this screen, you can have some element just to understand that that this academia, well, I mean, they are reliable people. So just to make a long story short, what I mean, these are few examples. Maruf, you want to say something?
Yes, I was just wondering, is it possible for me as a third country to join an ongoing project?
No,
Okay. Okay,
no,
so
no. Well, I mean, I tell you why it is not. Well, I mean, it is not possible because the consortium has been already composed. However, well, I mean, you can start by saying, in terms of low carbon emission, we made a lot of experiences. There are many projects on this, so we can we will be happy to be invited to make a presentation, for example. You know, Maruf,
yeah,
rather than to ask my university want to be partner, you
yeah,
can say we have made a lot of study, a lot of professional papers, and we will be happy to be invited or to present a paper. You know, this is a way in order that you get familiar and you present yourself and you gain reputation, reposability. So this is important. So if I were in you, and if low carbon is really what you are looking for, is the area of interest, is the area of your knowledge, is the area where you have contribution, this is extremely important. But I
yeah,
like your question because it is important that a training course switch on ingenuity, switch on new ideas, switch on a different way to see reality by listening to the different participants. So thank you
yeah.
so much for your question. And if you have
Thank you.
any other question, do not hesitate and ask.
Thank you very much, Roberto. That's useful. Thank you.
Bene, no other questions?
None for now from me.
Okay, well, I mean, we are, the next speaker is Omolola Olarinde. She's, she works, she works for the Elizade University, and she will present her project about migration. Before give you the floor, Omolola, just to second, I would like to come back to my presentation. Can anybody see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so we just see how useful is this portal? How can you select EU organization via Cordis? The Euraccess network will be presented later on. Then there are also other channels, which are the EU member state embassies in Abuja. Be in touch with them. Or also you visiting professor coming to Nigeria. When I was in Abuja, I went to the African University of Science and Technology, and I found out an Italian professor there, and then Nigeria diaspora in EU. Then I will, so please, these are also the additional tools. I stop myself. I welcome Omolola. Thank you for your time. You have the floor. Omolola.
Thank you very much. Can somebody share my presentation or give me sharing rights, please?
Yes. Ayala, could you please share the presentation of Omolola?
I will share. Please. Okay.
Thank you. So I will be speaking today about our experience working on a Horizon Europe project called Dynamic. And Dynamic is a short form or a mix of words. We are studying the dynamics of migration, so how migration is changing over time, and it's a longitudinal study involving 8 countries and 2 continents. I hold a PhD from the University of Ibadan in economics, and over the last 10 years and more, since 2023, I have been working on the Horizon Europe project since January 2023. So if you can change, just briefly what we are out to do on our project. We have quite some visibility because we use a website. If you can go to the 3rd slide, and what we're trying to do is to see factors that influence people's aspirations and decisions to migrate, and whether those factors differ from various groups. So, for example, whether it matters if you're male or female, or whether it matters to what extent those factors change if you're doing a regular or irregular migration. And we are also dealing with policymakers, so we are trying to understand how they form their opinions about how migrants make their decision, and how they are able to form the right policies that could inform migration decisions. So it's a huge study of, I said, 8 countries. So what we do is we collect data in 3 African countries. Nigeria is treated as a source country, even though we clearly are both source and destination. But for the purpose of this project, we define Nigeria as a source of migrants. Morocco we define as a transit country, and Italy and the United Kingdom we defined as destinations. And there's data collection in all these 4 countries that I've mentioned, and each of the countries present that data. So some countries collect the data over a longer period of time, and the data is shared. So for example, Nigeria as the source, we did the first set of interviews. We took consent for completing those interviews. And once we completed the interviews, we asked the participants if they would agree to continue in a longitudinal studies. And those who expressed their interest were then contacted further. So we collected data over more than 6 months period of time. And so the reason I'm mentioning all of this is to show you that it requires a lot of coordination between ourselves and our partner countries in Africa and the rest of Europe. Now, we also have another country collecting data in which is Kenya, and our colleagues there are using the same instruments as we are using. So it requires a lot of coordination between us and Kenya, that we understand the instruments in the same way, that there's inter-rater reliability in the way that we use the instruments. So I'm going to answer first, how did Elizabeth University become involved in Horizon Europe, and who decided? for that, you need to go to slide 5. So before I won my grant, some of my colleagues actually had been registered the university on the European Union portal and had been looking for opportunities. One of them had identified a partner and they were trying to put together a proposal. So we were partly visible, but not very on the European Union portal. Grant, and this is not a template for everyone. This is just what happened in my own case. For this particular grant, my visibility came from the kind of conferences that I was going to, and the kind of academic and professional platforms that I was registering on. So based on the mentoring that I had received, particularly from Professor Adepoju, who is a giant in migration studies, and the exposure I had received, I was being connected to academics and policymakers across the globe. And this made it possible for people to connect with me, and when they started thinking about who's working on migration in Nigeria. Another strength is that the particular labor migration that we're working on is a very unique niche, so, and a topical issue as well. So it became a matter that scholars in that area sought after. Now, so essentially, I had been invited for another program to be a reviewer, an academic reviewer on a paper, and I was sitting on that panel. And following my review, somebody called me from the same institution. So I was critiquing a paper from Kiel University, and a week later, somebody called to say, you were mentioned to us by our colleague whose paper and who said that you were working in migration and would like to discuss your credentials. So there was some discussion between me and the person contacting me. And after a while, it was revealed that they were interested in going for applying for an EC grant. And there were a number of migration scholars who were quite well known in the field who were interested in this. So we then set up meetings to organize how we were going to put together a proposal and what each country could offer. I think that it was very important that we were introduced to the project at the research design phase. It's very important for me in the sense of inclusion. So I could, at the research design phase, mention what were the key issues that we would need to deal with respect to Nigeria if we wanted to do this project. So there was that platform for us to be heard, but also in the sense that during the design of the work packages, we were then discussing who had which strengths and who would lead. So the way that the project was designed, though there was an overall lead, which is Kiel University in Germany, and the lead is also the administrative and technical lead, the project was broken into work packages, and being 8 partners, each of us had one work package we were leading based on our expertise. And in addition to that, the lead also had an additional work package, which was the one that was administering the project. So the steering committees and all of that was under that work package. So it's important first for us to have a lead organization that really understands the playing ground, but that's also available and understands the strength of partners being able to exercise their autonomy and be included in decision making. Then the lead organization, knowing that we were new to EU grants, they also offered us, links to training sessions on how to go about EU grants. But really that had to do with how we were going to administer the grant when it comes to us. Who decided? Well, I got to make the decision, and I think this is what happens in most academic institutions. I got to make the decision on when to apply and what kind of proposal to put forward. In most academic institutions in Nigeria as well, you might have to first pass that proposals through your grant office if your grant office is well established, and your grant office might have to give might have some advice to give with regards to peculiarities for your institution. So if you do have a grant office, please do pass your project through your proposal through the grant office before it is awarded. Once we were notified that we got the project and the initial excitement was over, it was then time, because we had not executed a European Union project prior to this. So we then realized that it wasn't just a matter of registering on the portal, it was a matter that we had to be validated as an institution. And that meant submitting institutional documents, our registration documents, our accreditation documents, our tax documents, and also appointing administrative staff who were going to do some tasks. And for that, I obviously needed to get the university management involved, particularly because I was asked at the start of the proposal how the application was going to go, and I said I'm affiliated with Elizade University and the application will go through Elizade University. So on those grounds, Elizade University took administrative responsibility. So we had to collect documents, the identification for the Vice Chancellor, the documents I mentioned earlier on regarding taxation documents and registration documents. And then we had to appoint some contact persons for the European Commission, the LEA and the financial and legal advisors. And these had their own unique access to the portal, so they could see certain aspects of our project that were if you're going on an institution, the institution would have a lot of responsibility to provide the documentation. So what going forward, once that had happened, was complete, then we built up our profile on the EC portal, and we highlighted the kind of projects that will be of interest to us. And myself and my colleagues especially are very active on going on the portals and seeing what kind of future projects they would like to participate in, and trying to look at organizations that will be in a position to lead. So sometimes we get emails from organizations saying they want to go for a particular project. If we can have a bit more silence, that would be great. So once we get emails from organizations, we respond with regards to the role we're able to play, and we take it on from there. The next thing I would like to talk about is what benefits did Elizade University gain? And if you move up the slides to the one where you have an image called the blob bridge, I would like to talk a bit about how important it's been for us in terms of advancing knowledge to be part of this project. Because, and this is typical of collaborative projects. People have different knowledge strengths across the institution. And one of the things that was very good for us is the innovative methodologies for research that we were introduced to by our partners who were doing things differently. What you see on the right of the screen is a part of what we used for our instrument. We used this as a way to capture respondents' emotions and desires with regards to the question of migration, but also as an icebreaker, because we were administering 2-hour-long interviews, which could be very tedious and very boring, and participants could get tired. So we needed an instrument that could come down and make the participants again to continue the discussion. And we use this blob bridge. You might be able to tell from the coloring that the blob bridge is also gendered. Later we interpreted it with regards to men and women and how they responded differently to our question on their stage of migration. I already talked about inclusion, but I think it's, I raised it here again because of how much I think it's important, because I do a bit of talking on global North-South collaboration. And I think there's an increasing insistence that the global South be included in many phases of the migration process. And that's why I repeat it here. The other thing is opportunities for policy outreach. So our work is supposed to impact policymakers in Nigeria and I mean in Europe and Africa. Obviously, when we people see our publications and invite us within our own country to speak, but the project also allows us to go to other countries, to Belgium, for instance, where the decision making on migration is holding, and speak to policymakers there about what we're discovering from our fieldwork. If you go to the next slide, there's a front image of one of our early publications, which is a conceptual paper that defined how we were going to go about the project. And so the other thing I think that was important was an improved publication profile, because our project and our publications got more visibility than I would have been able to afford without the Horizon Europe project. But not only visibility to generally because you can do that with some platforms, Google Scholar, for example, but to the kind of collaborators that we were targeting, because we had one of our partners who is specifically designated with the role of dissemination of findings, because we want to have an impact. And the other thing is we have the finances. Without this research, I'll probably be crunching data at my desk, doing secondary data analysis, which is very common in economics. We do a lot of large data analysis of secondary data. But with this project and with this financing, we were able to do also large data analysis, because, for example, we had 600,000 Facebook posts that we extracted, and we used natural language processing to find thematic areas that were being discussed there. So we were able to do large data analysis, but would not have been able to do this without the funding. So there was no way we could have got that kind of primary data without the funding. And also fieldwork is very expensive. I think everyone here knows that. But also there are lots of softwares that we would not have had access to without the project. If you go to the next slide, I'd like to just say a bit about what we've been doing. Well, when I said to our partners that we were going to be doing this presentation, they said, make sure you let the NCP know that we find you invaluable. And I think that it's important that you have partners that you can rely on and that understand the ethical procedures and all that you have to do technically to be able to collect good data. So if you go to the next slide, both in being informative on the cultural context, being informative on what is required for research here, and then doing the data collection itself. It was very important to the from the Africa side. Promoting policy relevant outcomes is very important. Roberto told you at the beginning of the session that right now I am attending the National Migration Dialogue in Abuja, and I have yesterday had a small session in which I was allowed to present some of our work. And that's very important because the people who will be using our results were at that table. Otherwise, this will be something that may not have access to policymakers who need those the evidence to make decisions. And then we are helping our partners also to reach new networks. So obviously their own results I presented results for the project in general, not specifically to only what I am doing, for example. And so that dissemination is possible only because we are part of the project.
Molola, sorry, you still have 5 minutes, because then I will have to have some time for a Q&A.
I think I will be done in less than that.
Okay.
All right. So if you go to the next slide, which has a chart, 2 slides away, which had a map, The map is something I presented recently on the global imbalance between article publications in Global North and Global South. And that's something that we need to adjust for. So I think that what this meeting is doing is really important. And what the EC strategy is really important in the sense that we need to have more inclusion in scientific publications, and collaborations like this provide the platform. And obviously, since we're registered on the portal, we can easily access other potential collaborators. So I'll end with some recommendations and some conclusions. So on the next slide, I'm going to be telling you two things that I think is important for these NCPs to do. The first is promote best practices. So if you already have people who have done some work with the EC, particularly in Nigeria, let's put together something on a database that will allow others to access our experience. And particularly, I think this presentation, this meeting is very good towards that. But also, I think that we need to strengthen the visibility of the NCPs. There's a lot to be done because from everything, the background I've given you, we need to negotiate technical issues in the proposal writing. Then we need to negotiate the financial parts of it. And then there's the implementation part. And these things can be quite complex without proper advice. So I think that if the NCPs are visible and approachable, and we can have platforms where we can discuss like this and other more complex platforms, and capacity building sessions, will be able to improve our rates of getting grants, but also our success rates once we get the grants. So in conclusion, I think that the application process, I mean, I have applied for a number of grants before this that I did not get. So, but over time, you get better experience and it becomes easier. So keep working on it. And then be very clear about, understand very clearly both the financial and technical requirements of the funding institutions, because if you do not, from the proposal stage, you really have to demonstrate that you meet that. And having a partner, as Roberto was presenting earlier, who was successful, who had successfully implemented projects before and really had a good some designing projects, was important for our success. So thank you very much. I will end there.
Molola, thank you so much. I do appreciate it, your clarity on all this. I just would like I mean, there are some common elements to what you're saying compared with Professor Silvanus of yesterday. One is that you didn't success at the first step. You try just to, and this is important because Silvanus also tried just to present it, but he was not financed at the first project. So it is important that you cannot expect that you present a project and then this project will be immediately financed, because you have to understand how the system of the donor is and which are the required. This is one. Second point, and I link the second point to what Maruf said. You started to know this project and this organization because you attended a conference, right? So,
Yes.
you started at a small scale. You get to know yourself to some organization, and you attended this conference because you presented yourself with a specific added value. I do imagine that when you presented your paper was not a generic paper, but was a paper with scientific characteristic and with scientific value. So you have to be professional when you present your organization and yourself. And this is important. So you and Maruf was saying, one of the questions of Maruf is one of the NCP for the Marie Curie. he asked whether it is possible to join an ongoing consortium, and I told him no, but you can present yourself and your organization to join some lecture or to join some conference. And you know, this is a way just to build professional relation on the basis of what is called factual evidence. Means that you are invited not because you are good looking, but you are invited because you are a professional, and on the area of tropical migration, you have data and you have something to say. Then you said another thing, which is about the role of the grant officer of each university. This is an area that we will think about in terms of training, because the grant officer has two roles. One is content sides in terms of networking with the professional like you for the writing of the work packages, and also all the administrative packages in terms of taxes, tax, or in terms of tax evidence, or which are the annual plan, or which are the annual budget. So, and you know, this is, it is not as important as the content side, but it is also very relevant, because if you don't show that all the administrative side is clear, and you cannot get, you cannot even apply. So just to summarize, Omolola started with some unsuccessful project, and then she tried and she insisted a lot. She started to build a network by attending conferences, so on a step-to-step basis, and then the role of the grant officer. So these are the 3 points. I wonder if Maruf would like to say something, of some of my colleagues would like to ask questions. I see the hands from David Akinola. David. David Akinola. No answer. Maruf.
Okay, thank you very much, Roberto. Thanks a lot, Dr. Molada, for that insightful, presentation. Thank you very much. I was just wondering, two questions.
Sorry, Maruf, can we see your video? Oh.
Okay.
You
Okay,
know, I
let me
like
see.
the face of human being.
Okay. Mm,
Ciao,
okay.
Maruf.
Yeah, ciao. So I was just wondering, is it I understand what you gave us are the things that will be helpful for the NCPs, and maybe for some of the team lead. But at the same time, I was wondering what exactly, if you don't mind, what exactly are you looking at, when it comes to this particular project? Yeah, I understand we have a lot of issues surrounding people leaving the country, for a greener pasture. Are you looking to that area? I'm also aware that a lot of people are also leaving because and once they get there, they are abused. They are at times they are also violated. Are you also looking into that particular area? That's one. The other question is, I know this might be a bit confidential. Is something I would also like to ask Roberto. Is there some sort of a database where we could access successful projects, like proposals that has been, of course, that have been completed, so because this will help us a lot as NCPs, so that we could look at some of these proposals. We could also show this to potential applicants and see, okay, this is an example of a successful project, and they may want to look at it and see what they could also learn from that. I'm also wondering, is that also possible? Or Roberto, is there a database for that? Thank you.
Molola, do you want to reply?
Yes, I would reply on the scope and objectives of the dynamic project, and you can take the other one. Yeah? Okay.
I will.
So I presented the objectives at the beginning, but I will say again, we are interested in decision making. So we are interested, so there are lots of studies looking, for example, at determinants of migration. And by the time you are doing that, you've already migrated. So we are interested in initial stages of aspiration formation. So somebody who is here, what drives the person, influences the person to say, I want to migrate. And we have heterogeneous respondents, heterogeneous migrant populations. So we speak to refugees and asylum seekers, but we also speak to potential migrants, people who are trying to leave at the airport, but we also speak to various migration populations, potential migration populations.
Hello, hello.
Very clearly where the gap is. There's a lot known about determinants of migration. There's a little known about aspirations. So, and there's a little, much of the aspiration studies that were done before ours were done at the destination country. So somebody who already arrived in UK or Italy will be asked, why did you leave and what formed your motivation, your desire to leave, But we are asking that before the person leaves, when the person is on transit and when the person is at destination, and moving this pulling this data together and triangulating our results. So that is with regards to the scope. And what are we trying to do? We are trying to better understand how migrants make the decision to migrate. So the factors influencing them and how those factors differ by groups, male, female, regular, irregular, refugee, forced, involuntary, those kind of groups. But we're also trying to understand how policymakers think about it, because policymakers, when they make policy, they may or may not be blind to certain factors, right? So we want to understand how far policymakers understand those factors and how we can bridge any gap between policymakers' understanding and migrants' decision making. I hope that's clear, but I can take it again if necessary. So you may want to answer on the database.
Yeah, well, I mean, Maru, as I mentioned, the Cordis Europa database is the only most powerful database. Well, I mean, all the projects which are there are projects which has been financed. So they are, they have high quality, because in order just to get financed, there is a very long process. So if you're looking for, this is why I insisted a lot on this, because in my opinion, you should really be, as an NCP, you should really be knowledgeable about the contents and what you can find in this big portal. Ruth, there is a question from Professor Ruth. Ruth? He raised his hand, and Akinola also, David Akinola. Hello, David, are you there?
Good morning.
Ecco Ruth, buongiorno Ruth, could you please identify yourself? Who
Good
you
morning.
are? Hey, buongiorno.
Yeah, my name is Professor Ruth Adelagun from Federal University, Wukari, Nigeria.
Ciao Ruth, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank
Are
you
you
so
taking
much.
a shower or what? Or it's very hot?
Yes. I just finished my shower and you called my name, so I quickly dashed out. You can see the water on me. So sorry.
Bene, tell me.
All right. My question is this. This is the first time I'm privileged to be part of this Erasmus Plus. And from the trainings we've been having, the different discussion, I got to understand that this training at the Erasmus Plus is not just for individual to just try to make attempt. Rather, we need to form a consortium, we need to form partnership. Institutions need to come together to see how they can collaborate to present a proposal. Now, my question is this. You have been at this thing for quite a while, and you've been doing it. Can you please, in a step-by-step way, guide us? Because this is so interesting. We want to bring this thing to Nigeria. We want to participate. We want to partake in this. Guide us step by step that we can take to be able to submit a successful grant awarding proposal by January 27 or February. There are different dates that have been delineated for this thing. That is my question. Thank you.
Bene, Ruth, thank you so much for your question. A few issues. This course is for Horizon Europe, is not for Erasmus Plus. This week, so what I mean, but anyhow, I'm happy that you join us anyhow. This week, Thursday and Friday, will be a dedicated course for Erasmus Plus.
Okay,
so,
okay.
I invite you just to show it again, just to ask Cogniti and to follow this course. And in this course, we will present all the details on how to apply, how to make a consortium, and what is important is that also just to understand which are step by step in order that you can understand. So please follow us tomorrow,
Right.
Thursday and Friday, and this is dedicated to Erasmus Plus. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you. Thank you.
David Akinola.
Yeah. Hello.
David. Hello,
Yeah.
David.
How are you, Roberto?
Very good. Ciao, buongiorno.
Nice to see your face.
Thank you so
I
much.
would like to ask Dr. Molola, one of the great problems we have in my country is what we call the Japa syndrome. People are living a kind of brain drain and so on and so forth. I wouldn't know how our research is going to mitigate this problem. It's a big issue. My wife is a medical doctor, and I know the workload she has to face on daily basis because of the brain drain. So in our research, is that factor into your research also, or is it a blessing that people are living? Are we exporting because we have good hands, we're exporting them? Do you see that as a blessing or a curse to a nation? And what is your research or your group doing to help the country so that our best products are not sent out? I believe in sending people out to be trained and come back to give back to your country and to move your country forward. So I wouldn't know. And I heard you say that it was when people got to their destination that I think your research was tailored around that. But are you looking in this direction to how to actually stem this tide so that people will not leave their country and not sending their best brain out without giving, leaving people in the country to really the people that are left behind to struggle to keep the system running? That's my question for Dr. Omolola.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Dr. David. One thing I always say about migration is once you say migration, nothing else becomes important. because I understood that the scope of this meeting was to discuss, our project as a case study on how to win grants.
Yeah.
But it is my experience that anytime I say migration, nothing else becomes important and migration becomes the central topic. But that aside, there are a lot of misconceptions about migration. One thing I can tell you off the bat is that migration is natural, everybody does it, developed countries do it, and we will do well to stop problematizing it. And now I understand very clearly where you are going with this, that there is a loss of highly skilled human capital, and that could be detrimental to the country of origin. And so what is important there from my project and other projects is to form proper labor partnership agreements where you are able to get the benefits. So people who leave of their own accord, and they get their own. Just a minute. I tried to register on a clearer line because this line's breaking up. But so people who leave, they do so on their own accord, and they have their private benefits. But if you are talking about how government wants to mitigate the losses from training workers and all of that, then the answer will be labor agreements. That's the short answer. But for more about that, you would have to come for another presentation on my project. Thank you.
Well, I
Thank
mean,
you.
yes, Omolola, thank you. She will be more than happy just to share your contact. So if David wants to be in touch about subject specific issue with this Omolola, I'm sure that you will be more than happy. Ayodole, I see your
Thank you,
hands.
Roberto, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Olanide. I believe you are the daughter of our Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. Let me make it clear again. I mean, for us, the essence of our presentation to all of us at NCP is actually not to interrogate the research project, but to actually understudy what is the pathway. And so the details of our project, if you want that, we can always ask her for a presentation. And I will personally want to request, because in your methodology design, I mean, that applies to several other things. Maybe we can ask one day from Cognitive that you share your experience in that design. I was looking at your illustrative graph and showing people passing through the number room, people passing. So how do we make our presentation format? I mean, so we have to bring all the researchers together, and you can share your experience from the economic point of view. Just go through the methodology for all of us to be able to understudy how we are able to make our methodology attractive, even to attract financing. So that we will try and set that at the cognitive advisory differently. And the second thing I would like to ask is that we would like you to, from the NCP network, we would like to have more access to you. So I don't know, maybe your research office also share the experience with our research team so we will organize a special session that you can address us. We contact you, talk to the research teams in Nigeria on those negotiations, the negotiation and design of methodology, and also how do you think we can do it? And we get an NCP from your institution that can bring the experience you share over time, because I know you can't be an NCP now, you're already an active participant who can use it to drive other things, but we can connect people to you to also introduce to some other team. And if there are any projects you are currently working on, please look back into our university system, whosoever you think team that can also learn. My first principle is learn. When we learn, we win with time. Thank you very much once again.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
My network is a bit unstable, so I'm trying to get on a more stable network on my phone. Now, well, first of all, regards to my mom, thanks a lot. And second, I think one of the things I said during my presentation is that it's really important for us that we were part of this project because of the introduction to innovative methodologies. The Blood Bridge was one of what we gained. Another thing we gained, we are doing what we call digital diaries. So people who are on their migration journey are calling various of our researchers and sending in a narrative of their migration journey. So these are videos that can be very long and that we will be analyzing over time. Before I worked on this project, I had never done digital diaries, for example. So I think it just goes to emphasize what can be learned. The other thing is that we also have a lot to teach. So for example, one of our colleagues, we did not have a partner institution in one of the African countries, I will not mention where, but one of our European colleagues had to work there because there were already European contacts there. And there were, based on that, we had to give them a lot of advice about doing research in Africa. So it's not, I don't want us to think about this knowledge creation as a one-way journey in which all the knowledge comes from the global north and all the innovation comes from the global north. You also think of yourself as being able to provide something that researchers in the global north. I think that's what our partners meant when they mentioned that our work is invaluable. But that said, I'm happy to form collaborations with people here, and I'm happy to speak about our research methodology if invited. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Bene,
much.
allora, thank you, Omolola, for your time and for your presentation. I'm sure that people during the lunch time will think over about all the key messages, and if they have additional questions, they will be more than happy just to ask you. So we have 20 minutes breaks, and we will recap at 12 o'clock. We are a bit in delay, but I'm happy we're in delay because a lot of questions. And so if there are a lot of questions, I mean, questions are what are called KPI, they are key performance indicators. If there are no questions, I'm always get concerned because I always ask myself whether am I bad or what, and the typical answer happy is that if there are no questions, it's mainly my fault. But since there are a lot of questions, I'm happy. So please, in 20 minutes time, Omolola, Maria, thank you so much for your time and for your presentation. And I hope just to see you soon. Bye-bye, and we
Ciao,
recap.
Roberto. Bye, everyone.
So,
Okay,
and
Roberto.
we recap at 12 o'clock sharp.
Roberto, you can see that we have more attendees today, so that's a KPI.
Yeah. Ciao,
Right.
Mike. A dopo. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Hi, my name is Miguel Pinheiro, and I'm part of the Innovate team that has prepared a series of videos to walk you through some fascinating grant opportunities in the European Union. The European Union has many programs in areas such as innovation, justice, mobility, and health, to name a few. Today, we are focusing on the key funding program for research and innovation, which is called Horizon Europe. In a simplified view, Horizon Europe, which runs until 2027, has 95 billion euros for grants and soft funding to create and better disperse excellent knowledge and technologies. The intention is to fund projects that create impacts towards tackling global challenges. So if you want to win one of these prestigious multi-million euro grants, you need to think about how your project will create global impacts. So, what are we covering today in this brief session? Here's a list of the topics. We'll quickly go through the structure of Horizon Europe and its priority areas of research and innovation where the EU is investing. We will cover some of the jargon of these EU projects so you can be more familiar when listening to our other videos in this series. And we will end with some tips and tricks to consider when building your consortium for success, hopefully showing you also how collaborative projects are an attractive opportunity for increasing your available funds for research and development, as well as to build a value network around you. Come along with us. Hopefully you've memorized that there are grants to help solve global challenges. But before we add more detail into it, let's quickly grasp the structure of Horizon Europe. On the left side, Pillar 1 is for excellent science. We are talking here about programs that are very driven towards fundamental research and discovery, primarily led by academia and research institutions. In Pillar 2, we have 6 clusters designed around some of the key challenges faced by the world today, such as digitalization, climate change, food security, among others. We will go through these in a minute. Lastly, on the right side, you see Pillar 3, which funds many disruptive ideas and innovations driven by small companies. Our focus on this series is on the middle pillar, and in particular the 6 clusters, which attract the majority of the funds available in Horizon Europe, as can be seen on this graph. An essential keyword when looking at this Horizon Europe landscape is work program. Most of Horizon Europe initiatives follow this logic of having a work program, which is kind of an action plan. This action plan sets out the funds will be used towards specific cutting opportunities, aiming at target outcomes and destinations. Let's look at the schematic of how EU policy priorities convert into specific topics that you can apply to. The idea here is not that you memorize this, but rather that you understand that each project funded by the EU is a piece or a cog in a larger machine with higher purposes. But if you have robust knowledge of those purposes, you can make a stronger project. The EU sets specific priorities for progress, such as the Green Deal within energy or mobility, or the Fit for Digital Age within digitalization, among others. Each one of these EU priorities is broken down into key strategic orientations that will direct how the grants must be allocated in one or more clusters. Think of these as vectors of expected progress. These vectors of progress are in certain impact areas where research and innovation are needed. In very concrete terms, the EU expects that these vectors will help us all reach a destination. A destination is a long-term effect that is the direct result of progress and achievements in research and innovation. Research must be needed to achieve the destination. In Cluster 5, for example, one of the destinations is transformation towards climate neutrality. We will not get to climate neutrality without huge investments in scientific progress. Hence, Cluster 5 has many calls for proposals and expected outcomes that act as pathways to get to the destination. So if you look at this diagram, you will see the blue arrow on the left comes from policies, the top row, say around the Green Deal, which then leads to specific objectives and target impacts around climate neutrality, the next two rows, towards achieving the destination of being climate neutral. If you then follow the green arrow next to it, you will see that there are expected outcomes, which are specific effects of each funded project, which must also align with the destination. What is planned and promised in each project must contribute to the destination. The work program in each cluster, if you see the green arrow, defines these destinations. Since each destination is a big endeavor, no single project will achieve it alone. Again, remember the pieces or cogs of a larger machine? Do you see the relationship? That's what we're going for. So there are multiple topics open every year that specify a group of expected outcomes related to the destination. If you now follow the gray arrow on the right moving upwards, you will see that each project must build up its results, objectives, tools, and so on, if you look at the last row, towards achieving the scope and outcomes specified on the call and thereafter fulfilling part of the destination. A successful project must follow the sequence of the gray arrow. Hopefully, you now understand better how to plan for success. Here are a few of the key concepts from the previous diagram that we think you should keep in memory. Each work program is designed around a series of impact-driven destinations. Each destination describes socioeconomic challenges to be addressed and the related expected impacts that research and innovation activities will contribute to. Under each destination, there are one or more topics, each describing the expected outcome and the scope of the research and innovation to be supported. The expected outcome are the desired effects of the project in the medium term. It's a description of how this topic will move the needle towards the destination. Those outcomes can be, for example, the uptake, use, or deployment of the project's results by its target users. The scope describes the area of research and innovation that needs to be tackled by the project so that the expected outcomes are achieved. The scope is the process to get to the outcomes. However, the scope is not a recipe prescribing the methods to use. That ingenuity and creativity must come from the researchers and innovators that are preparing the application, so that each topic is a competition of the best ideas to contribute to the expected outcomes and impacts. Hopefully by now you get a clearer picture that reading through the words in the topic will give you a detailed direction of the challenge that is in focus and what is needed to succeed. And then you apply your creativity on top to propose the best solution with a consortium of partners. You might be wondering now if all project types are the same. Glad you asked. No, they're not. They're not all the same, and we will cover the three main types quickly so you know which one to pick. Within the 6 clusters of Pillar 2, projects are mostly in one of these 3 categories. The first one is Coordination and Support Actions, or CSAs. These are networking and coordination projects that aim to be a center of gravity for new and important areas of research. The funding is not for research, but rather for this consortium to be the lighthouse and the support structure of many projects and specialists in a given field. In many calls for proposals, there's usually one of these CSAs. Then there are Research and Innovation Actions, or RIAs. RIAs are projects that normally start with early stage academic ideas and proof of concept, that is TRL 2-3 in case you're familiar with the scale, and help them progress with collaborative R&D to prototype or pilot stage, TRL 5-6 in the same scale. These projects have most of their budget allocated to research activities to generate applied knowledge to solve a specific challenge that is specified in the topic. Lastly, there are Innovation Actions, or IAs. IAs are projects on technologies that are more mature than RIAs and therefore start when there are lab results or highly promising achievements, typically TRL 4. The project helps these technologies progress to just pre-commercial stages, typically TRL 7 and 8. It is quite normal for these projects to have the industrial or commercial value chain represented in the project as partners in order to mimic what will happen in the market once the project outcomes are achieved. Now, let's circle back to the
Bene, hello, we are starting again. This is our last loop for the morning. We had an interesting presentation of Omolola. It seems that everybody liked it. So what I mean, please, again, this is important that we understand what she said. And what I mean, she said many things which are similar to what, let me adjust my view, which is, okay. Which is rather similar to what Silvano said. So the first thing is she started by attending a conference, and this is the same question that Maruf said before. So how to enter? So in order to enter, you have to enter on a step-to-step basis. Then she also mentioned the role of the grant officer of your university. So we might think just to organize our training courses dedicated just to the role of grant officer and what they have to do. And also that she is base specific. So she focused a lot concerning tropical migration. Bene, what I would like to share with you now is just to make some practical examples. Okay. This is the last. Can you see my slide? Ayala?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, thank you. So this is our last slide, and we focus on who to contact. Okay, so we focus on the Horizon Europe NCP portal, on Cordis, on Euraccess network. This I will make this will be presented by later after the break. But then there is another slide which is important, is before we focus on who to contact. And now we focus on how to contact. And there are two key documents which have to be, which are extremely important. One is this PIC number, which is participant identification code, which is a code composed by 9 digits. And the PIC is necessary for all the organization to join all, and when I say all, the EU projects. So if you want to apply for a call, you have to have a PIC number, whether it's Horizon Europe or whether it's Erasmus. And so the PIC is really necessary to apply. But the PIC is also a communication tool. Why? Because in the same way as you are looking for new organization, a new organization is also interesting when is looking for an African partner or for another partner, just to I mean, how much reliable this organization is. So here I have two examples of PIC. This is a basic example. Ayala, can you see my screen? Yes. Ayala. Okay. No answer. So
We can see.
We can
Yes,
see
we
it.
can see.
We can
okay.
see.
So
We can
what I
see.
mean, so okay. So you see, this is the African University of Science and Technology, which is based in Abuja. This is a university I visited with Mike Faborode and with Ayodole, and we were welcomed by the dean. So they were very interesting. And you know, but what I mean here, for example, there is no indication. So there is just very basic information. I mean, who are they? There is no description. They are based in Abuja. They have no, I mean, they didn't want any project. And what is alarming is that they, well, I mean, they didn't make any partner announcement. So this is a very basic presentation. In my view, this is very poor, because imagine someone from another countries, whether is an African countries or whether is an European country, who happen to go to this African University of Science and Technology. This presentation is not a good, it is not an interesting visiting card. So the message that I want to give it to you, and that you have to share with your with your colleagues, with the university that you are assisting, is that don't have the minimum description, because this is not a good visiting card. So you may ask, well, I mean, could you show to me a more elaborated example? And this is a more elaborated example of peak number. This is what I mean more. This is more decent. This is the South University in Kenya. This is the name. And here again, description is they didn't wrote anything, but they already get finance. I mean, they already get involved in 3 projects. One is Erasmus Erasmus Plus. Another one is Erasmus Normal, and then they are beneficiary of this one. If we click on this one, no, here there is nothing here, but if you click, no, here there is no information, but generally, if you click on this one, you can understand which are the partner. And here, for example, if you click it here, you have the description of V2 project. So, you know, they collaborated with this Federal University of Technology. And here you can see all the profile and all the data. No, it doesn't work with this one, but and here, for example, there are other descriptions. Now let's go to Kenya and to see these are the other parts. So you know, I'm insisting you on this because when you have a full description in your PIC number, this is a very interesting example of visiting card. So is extremely important, but you really insisted on this. And when some of the universities of the university they wanted to ask you, well, I mean, about the PIC number, remember that the PIC number is the visiting card, and you have not just to remain just to the basic one. I see there is okay. Well, I mean, does there is any questions on this? Or someone have a doubts? Well, I mean, this is very very interesting. Now, then the second element, which is important, is complete unaffected peak. And then the second one is develop. There are some questions or Yala, what's happened? Okay. Or and the second one is develop a partner information sheet. A partner information sheet is what is this? Well, I mean, this is a sort of presentation of the organization when you have to write the type of organization, where is higher education, vocational school, tertiary fund, where is located, the contact point. So it is important that you put the name of someone. And also, it's important just to underline how many projects has been already implemented in this sector, regardless of source of financing. Whether, what does it mean? It means that it is not compulsory, but you indicate that the project has been financed by you, but you also may have a project which is financed, for example, by the World Bank or by a national fund, and it is important that you really underline and explain to them what you did in terms of source of financing, amount managed, and achieve result. Why is important just to focus on amount managed? Because when you receive funds, it is important that you show the capacity that you have been able to manage these funds. And one thing is to manage 1 million naira. Another thing is to have to explain or to say that you have been capable just to manage 1 billion naira. So the size of the project that you finance is extremely important, because this show you your capacity in terms of implementation and in terms of what you did. Any questions to what I said so far? So, and anyone of you has never have experience in register with a PIC number, or have you find any difficulties on this? So the PIC number, it is something which is very relevant and which is really the visiting cards of your organization.
Can I speak?
Yes,
Thank you.
sure.
All right,
Sorry,
sir. Thank you.
who you are,
My name is-
please?
My name is Olayinka Ushiolale. I am the layer for the Lizard University, where Dr. Lande is, who made the presentation from a few minutes
Yes.
ago. Yeah.
Hear you
So,
very badly. Sorry. I hear you very badly. Could you have a microphone or what?
can you hear me like this?
Yes, now this is much better. Thank you so much.
All right.
Sorry, could you repeat your name because I didn't catch you?
All right. So my name is Olayinka Oshiolale. I am from Elizabeth University. I'm the layer for the university.
So
So
you belong to the same University of Omolole,
yes, the same university. I'm the
and
layer.
your role is
Yeah, the layer for the European Union platform for the university.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I've quite listened to lots of your presentations and as regards to, how to identify, partners, especially maybe from the European, while we explore the causes. But I do want to point out that it's still extremely very difficult in getting European leads onto projects. I can say for a fact that at least since 2016, we have, put down the basics, have all the necessary informations. And I also observed that many times when we put out, information about, we request participation, for a project that we're interested in, we hardly get responses. We have also, like I said, explore this database, reach out to institutions, but still no feedback. And even attend matchmaking meetings where I have privileges of contacting other NCPs from other European partners. And the best you get is that, so, they will see which of their um, researchers might be interested, and then they will get back to us, and that's it at the end of the day. But I also feel that, going forward, there needs to be more. And what do I mean by there needs to be more? I think we also need more of the European institutions, universities, organizations, and agencies to also come forward, maybe, I don't know, through whatever platform, where they are also kind of signifying, interest in finding partners.
Sorry, there is a background noise and it is difficult just to hear you.
The background noise is not from me.
Okay. Sorry, do you have your video camera in order that I can see you?
Can I go on?
No, because I
You-
cannot see you.
Okay. So can you
Oh,
see
yes.
me like this?
This is very nice. Ciao, buongiorno.
Yeah, greetings. Thank you very much, Roberto.
You're
So
welcome.
I don't know at what point I got caught up, but I was trying to say that, some of the need more of the European institutions, universities, agencies to also be forthcoming, come forward, with themselves so that they can easily be, identified, and then people who are aligned with whatever projects, ideas that they are looking to do come, connect with them. Because like I said, that for us, I don't know about other institutions in Nigeria, we have explored virtually most of the things you've talked about. We've reached out, we've searched the databases, we've attended matchmaking meetings. Still, you don't get. So at the end of the day, we have our ideas that we're looking to do, but unfortunately, because this thing requires that you have a European lead and coordinator, we are not able to forge. Even as I'm speaking to you currently, we've sent out notices, we have 10 meetings. We are still not yet being able to get, European lead or partners for some of the projects that we feel okay you're interested in. So it's still I still feel there is a lot more to still do to ensure more participation of Nigerian institutions. Thank you.
Olturalole, thank you so much. Well, I mean, I'm always I'm always interested. I'm more interested to listen to you rather than to speak. And you mentioned about difficulties in identifying European partners. Can you mention to us in your ideas and based on your experiences, how can these difficulties could be solved?
All right, okay. I was just gonna say you said. All right, so I said earlier that I think now we need institutions in Europe, agencies, universities to also put themselves forward. Because I can say for a fact, I have not seen, based on, because I've been doing this since from 2016, I have not seen where you see institutions, organizations from Europe saying that, okay, they are looking to get partners to join their consortium. So that has been an issue for us. We don't get these people when we look out for them. I can tell you that it's even easier to get partners from other African countries to form consortium. But when it comes to get an European lead, this becomes a problem. So there needs to be a platform or a means by which you get these people to come on board to also advertise themselves so that we can easily get to them and then reach out to them. Like I stated, I have explored Curtis database, I have explored previous awardees, and then you send emails to them and it's either you don't get a response or that primarily is not an area that they are interested in. I told you that I've interfaced with NCPs from various European countries. I was at one about 2 weeks ago, and the best you get from them is that, okay, try and find somebody and send emails to them, which is the same thing we've been doing over the years, or that, okay, they are going to get back to me, and then at the end of the day, you don't get to hear anything back from them. So these are the issues that it seems like these guys are invisible. And if you look at the way Omolola presented, if it's that she got this link up through going to conference, and this usually is what kind of happens based on many other collaborations and consortiums that I have witnessed. It's by primarily people meeting up at a meeting and at a consortium. And it's not all possible that every Nigerian researcher will have opportunity to be at international conferences where some of these consortiums or meetings get meet up. So I feel there's need for more European agencies to come forward. That is what I'm suggesting. Thank you.
No, well, I mean, I understand that partner search is demanding. This is not easy. This is the reason why I suggested three steps. One is through the NCP. The second one is through Cordis, and the third one is through Euraxis. And this afternoon, after lunch, we will have a presentation from Euraxis. But again, what is important is, sorry if I use such a marketing expression, it is important that you understand what you sell, which are your value added. And for example, Silvanus, he was Professor Silvanus. I don't know if you followed his presentation. He was very focused because he presented something which only West Africa has, which is unfortunately Lassa fever. And also, I think that the experience of your colleague Omolola, she was also an issue which is about she was something that she called tropical migration, which is something which is extremely important. And this is only something that in West Africa has. Of course, if you are if you are looking for an European partner and you generally ask for something which is very generic, like, for example, innovation in automotive, but well, I mean, this is not a typical issue where West Africa has a value add. But anyhow, thank you for your question. Please stay with us because Euraccess presentation, in my opinion, this is extremely interesting. The second thought that I have while I was listening to you is a lot of this is related to the quality of the document. For example, when I mentioned this partner information sheet, this is something which is extremely important. I will be curious just to see the type of communication material that you send to European universities. So please, if you want, share it with me in order that maybe I will be happy to see whether I can contribute to increase the quality of your paper. Thank you so much. Any other question or any other comments because on what I said?
It's me again, Olayinka. Thank you for the feedback you gave.
Yes, sorry.
Um,
No, sorry. Can you show your face? You switch on your video and yeah, always do. Yes, sorry.
yeah, yeah. So thank you for the feedback. So yes, of course, when we put out our information, we're also very specific. Like I said, I'm the leader for the university, and so it's more like I stand as the interface for even other researchers, within the university. And so when I get information from colleagues, that is what we put out there. But like you said, if you're interested, I'm happy to share these examples of some of the information that we put out there. In the last couple of weeks, we've been getting information through the partner search platform for people who are, looking to join us as partners, but not lead, not as a lead or coordinator, which is what we are looking for. We are looking for leads. We are looking for coordinators. We can't
Of
lead,
course,
we
yes.
can't lead, yeah, we know we can't do that. But when we put our information out there and we get the responses, they are wholly wanting to join us as a partner, but not as a lead or as a coordinator, which puts us in a very kind of like, then where do we go from here if you're not going to lead or coordinate? So that is what has been happening.
Yeah, well, I mean, sorry, could you elaborate just for the benefit of all our colleagues, which is the difference between a coordinator and a partner? Your microphone, please. No.
Thank you very much. It's muted,
Sorry,
so
could you start again because I didn't catch you.
yeah. So your question was the experience, right?
No.
The
My
difference
question
between
is, you mentioned that you said that many organizations are looking for a coordinator and not for a partner. I'm not sure that all our participants understand the difference between a coordinator and a partner. So my question is, could you please explain on the basis of your experiences, which are the
so
differences
what I
between a coordinator and a partner?
all right. So based on our understanding, a coordinator will be somebody who leads and also coordinates the consortium, in terms of the maybe work packages, And in terms of the project proposal development, that is what we believe a coordinator and a lead partner, a lead organization will be. And the partners will be other team members that constitute the consortium. At least that is what we understand being the difference between a coordinator and the partners in the consortium.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes. So basically, the coordinator is the organization. A coordinator is not a physical person. A coordinator is the organization who develop the main idea of the project, identify the goal, start just to search for partners. So there are partners and who are contributing to the different work packages, and then present the project, which means submit it through the portal, and then in case he will be selected, he will sign the contract with the European Commission, receive funds, and then the funds will be then distributed to the other partners on the basis of the agreed budget. So I'm telling you this because it is extremely important just to understand the difference and what Aswolole. And so far, Nigerian could participate to Horizon Europe only as a partner. So they cannot participate as a coordinator. So this is, again, the reason why it's so important just to find out reliable European coordinator that apply. Thank you, Ozulol. I would like now to come back. Yes, we said this slide. This is related to the NCP portal and the question is how Horizon Europe global system support NCPs. And so here there are, this is, if you remember, this is what Maurizio showed you yesterday in the first block of this portal. In the first block of this portal, bulls link. Sorry, 1 second. In the first block of the Horizon Europe NCP portal, there are 4 blocks. One is self-training, stage, store, and repository. So now I would like just to make you an exercise. I ask you, there are 4 questions, and I made an example of an NCP cluster coordinator who asks you how to be supported by a specific training, and has write you an email to you as NCP and ask you 4 questions. The first question is, how can I be supported by specific training? So he asks you which are the training that I wanted just to follow and which is the offer of available training. Then always this NCP asks you, I want to enhance my presentation with artificial intelligence skills. Could you tell me whether there are some documents or there are some training? Then he also asks you another question, which is how to access whether there are some funds for mobility grants for NCPs. And he asks you another question, which is how to compile effective fact sheets for my presentation. So you have 10 minutes. You access to the platform Horizon Europe NCP, and then you try just to give me your answer. I write in chat. You have already in chat. You have already in chat the name of this. Sorry. So this is the website of the portal Horizon Europe, NCP. You have 10 minutes and try to reply to the 4 questions I asked you. So see you in 10 minutes time. And if you have doubts, you can write to me in chat. So this is 12:37. See you at 12:47. Thank you. Bene, time is
Okay,
over.
this is all.
Time is over. I wonder if you have if you find difficulties, or tell me what did you find? I understand that some of you didn't find the website. Well, I mean, this is a normal website, so I wonder what's happened. So who want to start? Who wants to just to say something? I mean, I ask you 4 questions. One is how to find the training session if in how to send the how to identify a specific training in Horizon Europe NCP. This is relevant because Mansour yesterday, for example, asked me, I will be interested in find out a training on project management, and a lot of training are already available. So I wonder if you surf, and what did you find? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ayala? Ayala, please double check if the people can hear me. Ayala, please.
I can hear you.
Okay, so I wonder if any one of you has made these 4 steps, these 4 search. Mansour, for example, was asking me whether it is possible just to find training courses. Mansour, did you navigate on Horizon Europe NCP portal? Why Humar is said Ayala Humar Abdul Mumin saying that the audio is still not loud. What does it mean? Could you check, please? Ayala, please, could you check what's happened? Okay. Bene, so I'm sorry that no one replied to each of these 4 questions, and if you didn't, which are the difficulties that you had? John Howdo tell me that the portal cannot be accessed. Well, I mean, I will do for you now, and I will show the portal, and 1 second, please.
Roberto.
Okay.
Robert.
So, can you hear me now?
Roberto.
Yes.
Sorry, I was just going to say that I'm not sure anybody was able to access the website. I think it's a technical problem. You may need to involve people in charge of that particular website to see what is wrong. I'm not sure
Well,
anybody can access it.
well, I open it easily. So, well, it was not so difficult. Well, I don't know. I cannot help you. This is a regular website portal where there is no access, there are no passwords. Anyhow, this is the portal now. So, I ask you the question, and I will be happy if you could let's surf together. So the question is, how can I find a specific training? So let's say that I would like to know which are the available trainings offered by this portal. Please tell me, how can I find it? So if anyone wants to guide me, I will surf based on your indication. Mansour, you want to say, you want to guide me? So the question is how to find, where is the list of all the training available for NCP? Mansour, anyone wants to help me? Well, I cannot do this just in a... No, please speak. Osvalole, if you speak, is better. Ayala, could you please unmute the participant? Ayala, could you unmute the participant? Okay. Osvalole, tell me.
All right.
Osvalole?
So, yes, I can speak now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So, if your name
All
is
participants are now unmuted.
Yes.
You go to the academic tab.
Okay. So, well, Mansour, for example, was asking me whether he was looking for a training course on project management. Guide me.
So if it's looking for project management, then it can then use the search on top to search for project management and see what information is available. So at least based on the results, we'll be able to identify what it feels is suitable in terms of.
Well, for example, here you see project management. Here, can you see? There are all these people. You see, for example, here there is Horizon Implementation Day, grant management in Horizon Europe, and you click it here, and you can register, and you see this. This session will be live streamed, which means that you can follow in both modality, as a live presentation and as a stream. So you see, this is an extremely powerful. So you have to really get aware of all this, and in order that you will get more ideas on what is available. Then the second question I ask you is enhancing presentation with artificial intelligence skills. Where it is? Well, I mean, tell me, where are you going to look for if you want to know which are, I mean, just to find a document or a training course about artificial intelligence skills? How do you find it?
Well, I'll still explore through the academics to see courses that might be available on artificial intelligence. Still using the same approach we use for the search for AI.
This is too generic. You see, if I write AI, nothing happened. So let's say artificial. Okay, well, look, for example, here, there is a dedicated training on the use of artificial intelligence. This is a very specific subject, which means how artificial intelligence could help you in proposal writing. So this is something which is extremely important, because this is a borderline with plagiarism. So I guess that this webinar is helpful in order that this is helpful just to understand which are the difficulties and which are the borderline between artificial intelligence and plagiarism. Thank you so much. Then the third question I ask it to you is how to compile an effective fact sheets. So tell me again, how would you look for it?
I'll go to the repository.
Well, yes. Well, I mean, here, for example, there are a lot of information is, for example, this is focus on the NCP role in partner countries, the use to image just for presentation. This is, again, the document that I mentioned to you, which are the guiding principle for setting an NCP platform and so far. But then here again, I would write in the length facts. And you see here, look, these are dedicated. Well, I mean, these are dedicated info to fact sheet available, the value of social engagement in EU mission. And this is a sort of, this is not a video, this is a document. So, you know, just to make a long story short, in this portal, there is really a massive amount of information. What is important is you have to develop what you want to look for. This is why in my presentation is I send it to you, and Ayala, please confirm. Did you send my presentation to all the participants? Ayala, did you send my presentation to all participants? If not,
okay, Roberto, it will be sent at the end of today. Okay. We want to send it after the presentation, so I won't distract the presentation.
Well, I mean, please send it before in order that people can follow. If you go to slides 29 and 30, you will find out the different type of questions that you may ask to this portal. I understand that some of you have found difficulties in access to the NCP portal. So I will write just to Maurizio, and I will ask whether the country has some IP limits, which I don't think so. But I mean, your question brought me just to another issue, but most likely there is a very small number of you who has never visited the NCP portal. And this is really an area where you have to work on it, because an NCP who does not navigate in this portal cannot be. If you are an NCP, you must navigate. So I will ask Maurizio if the country EP posed a limit, which I don't think so, but in any case, I will ask. So the last message is navigate on NCP portal, because on this portal you find a lot of reply to the questions that you may have as an NCP. No other questions so far? If not, if there are some questions, I will be happy just to reply. I don't see any question, nor in writing, nor in just with a mic. So we will see in half an hour, and in half an hour we will have a presentation of Euraccess portal, of the Euraccess portal. Thank you so much. See you in half an hour time.
Your region. If you take any, don't save some ocean surprise. Yes, sir.
Then another thing, I think chat me where you put how is it been? So what me I'm thinking is you can see a message. Okay. Then our participants need to show everybody that is there. Everybody is muted and their video is up. Also run.
Hello, Ajayi, can you hear me?
You unmute yourself. You should mute yourself.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's me, right? The next present.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Just a little minute, a brief minute. Professor Mike is here. He will talk to you. Just give us 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Bene, allora, good afternoon to all of us. We are resuming our presentation. Good afternoon. So we are presentation with Yedilfana Mekonnen, and as you can easily imagine just from his name, he's from Ethiopia. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me, Roberto?
Yes, I can. You hello, but I cannot see you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the video. It says unable to start the video. You can't start your video because the host has stopped it. I think it's the host has stopped me.
Yeah,
so
okay. Ayala, could you please allow?
Yeah, they will check, and okay, I think it's on now.
Yes,
then you can.
Now we can see you clearly.
Very good. Okay. Thank you so much. Well, I mean, thank you for your time. So the subject of this presentation is about Euraccess portal for African service. And as I mentioned to you before, Euraccess is one of the 3 portals that you can use just to find, just to identify both EU and African partners. We have 2 portals, are Cordis Europe and Horizon Europe NCP. Before starting, I just would like to ask to my friend, how many of you have ever heard of this portal? So I would like just to see if you can raise your hands. Is simpler. How many of you have ever heard about this portal? You can raise your hand in chat. This is extremely important because you know, this is really important just to understand how much familiar you are with. So Anifat Bello, thank you, Anifat. So 1 person only. So only Anifat so far. Well, I mean, so this is interesting. So Yedilfana, you have really a big room for improvement, because so far out of 33 person, only 1 knows, is familiar about
Euraccess.
So thank you so much. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Roberto Carpano, for inviting Euraccess Africa to take part in this training course for Nigerian for Horizon Europe NCPs. I hope many knows about Euraccess. I can see that at least I know Dr. Maruf Sani. We have been working together to promote Horizon Europe. I know Irolil, and some of them maybe also know about Euraccess, but unfortunately we got only one from this survey. Yes, we need to work hard to promote Euraccess Africa services, to promote Horizon Europe opportunities to NCPs, to researchers, innovators across Africa and particularly in Nigeria. So my name is Edelfana Satarge. I am one of the regional representatives to Euraccess Africa, along with my colleague, Dr. Ahmed Malal. He's also the regional representative to Euraccess Africa. He is based in Tunisia. I am based at Roberto say, I'm from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, but basically we work for the whole continent. As you can see, it's really very, very big job. So we need to work hard. We need to collaborate also with NCPs and other stakeholders to reach as much as we can to most of the researchers, innovators in Africa. So this is Euraccess Africa's contact email. So if you want to contact us, you can reach through africa@euraccess.net or through our individual email account.
Sorry, Edelfana, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Could you please highlight which are the key added value of Euraccess compared with Horizon Europe NCP and with Cordis Europe?
You mean our services with?
Yes.
Yes, I will actually go through those services. Try to make very fast. Yes, very good question. But before I speak about Euraccess Africa, let me just quickly tell you about Euraccess worldwide. It's an European Union initiative supported by European Commission. It started since 2013 and evolved over the years, and now it has 9 hubs outside of Europe. Euraccess Africa is one of these 9 hubs, so it's one of the emerging and recently launched in 2022. And we have this platform, Euraccess platform, which is all-in-one networking platform. We provide reliable source of information, ideas to help talented European and international researchers who would like to develop careers and contain contacts in Europe and worldwide. So all services we provide in Euraccess is free of charge. So these services include research innovation information in Europe, opportunities for research funding and networking through different programs, including Horizon Europe. Under Horizon Europe, we have MSCA, we have ERDC, we have Horizon Europe, this cluster initiative, and we provide practical tips to pursue a scientific career in Europe like NCPs do. And we also provide opportunities for international collaboration and transnational mobility. And every network, every services is free, I said, and it's for all nationalities, for all research disciplines, and at all research careers. So we are 9, and Euraccess Africa is one of the 9 hubs. We have more than 120 researchers in our database. I think it's very important information. This is the largest database in the world. So we have 16 Euraccess Africa team all over outside of Europe in 9 hubs, and we regularly inform these researchers with information about Horizon Europe. So out of this, 16,000 are from Africa. So these researchers actually informed by me and my colleague Ahmed. So far, Euraccess organized more than 2,300 online events and physical events. So basically, we promote Horizon Europe. So we have the common agenda, right? NCPs at the moment, we also promote the Horizon Europe. Is just an extension to Horizon 2020. I hope in the previous presentation you have had this information already. So Horizon Europe is an extension, and it extends from 2021 to 2027. It's a huge money, about 95.5 billion. So we work hard to increase our participation and get some of these funds to Africa, to our research institutions and academic institutions, as well as small and medium enterprises. So we promote Pillar 1 at the moment, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. In a Pillar 1, as you have seen, probably it's including European Research Council and different Marie Curie actions. So this is individual fellow. Any individual fellow can apply for these programs. In Pillar 2, it's actually from top to bottom. The topics will advertise on the portals. So any competitive team or consortium will apply for that. The primary beneficiaries are from EU and associated countries, but third countries like Nigeria and other African countries can participate as a partner institute. So these are 4 schemes under European Research Council. We have starting grant, consolidated grant, advanced grant, and synergy grant. It mainly depends on the research experience. The starting grant actually starts from 2 years after a PhD. For considered researcher or innovator should have 7 years of research experience after the PhD. For advanced, more than 10 years of experience. You can see the budgets also different, but most of them actually for 5 years period. So far, we have got 24 European Research Council grantees from African countries. As you can see here, starting from 27 to 2022, we got 20, and under Horizon Europe, we have got 4 African countries grantee. So under Marie Curie actions, we have 5 different actions. We have doctoral network, postdoctoral, staff exchange, co-funding doctoral and postdoctoral programs, and MSA public outreach events. So if you look at the African participation, we have more than 2,297 African research participation from 45 different African countries with 150 projects and 186 different organizations participate under Horizon 2020. And if you consider out of this 150 projects, 107 of them are from staff exchange. So it's really very promising to participate in this project. We have 26 postdoc funding, 12 doctoral network, 4 co-fund, and 1 MSA. And if you count the Horizon Europe, only for 2 years, 2021 and 2022, we already got 72 organizations account and 56 projects. And out of this, 29 are staff exchange. And there are also other, you can read it. For Nigeria participation, only for Horizon 2020, we got 161 researchers are benefit from Horizon 2020. It's a really significant number. If you already count the Horizon Europe, we got 4, but still it's around on the middle of the period. So we'll expect more to come to Nigeria, more to come to Africa. So our main task as Euraccess Africa, Roberto asked me to explain this. Our role here is to manage and develop the Euraccess Africa network. So under this, we manage our portal, we manage our social media channels, and we facilitate connections between researchers and institutions in Africa and in Europe. This is, I think, the main goal of this workshop or this training. So we support for African researchers and innovators. We provide information, we advise, we provide assistance to researcher and innovator. We provide supporting the career development for young researchers, young innovators through online and physical events. So we promote European research opportunities, including Horizon Europe, and we reinforce the African actors involved in research and innovation in Africa. We organize and participate in different activities, including this kind of trainings, online and physical trainings. I'm actually currently in Kigali, Rwanda, attending Africa MRS and the Biophysics Conference, and to provide also our services to these researchers. So these few slides explain about our overview of Euraccess Africa activities in the past. We are actually for 2 years, so I quickly go through the picture. This is a workshop taking place in Kenya. This is in Morocco. This is in South Africa, in different places. I think last year it's in Egypt. This is in Kigali, Rwanda. This is in Algeria. This is in Ethiopia, both in 2023 and 2024. This is in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria 2 times this year alone to participate in the Nigerian EU Innovation Day, as well as another event at the University of Iroline. Very recently, I also met NCP from Nigeria, Dr. Maruf. He actually invited me to participate in this big event. So Nigeria is our priority, and Nigerian researchers are the active participants in all of our activities, both physical and online activities. So this is actually taken during the Nigeria EU Innovation Day in Lagos. This one is in Irorin at the University of Irorin, and so many people actually attended it. And this is in Tunisia. Actually, I also met Dr. Marouf in Tunis, and at that time he invited me to participate in the event in Nigeria. So this is actually a very recent mission to South Africa, Johannesburg. This is in Senegal. So now currently I'm in Kigali. So we try to promote the Horizon Europe as much as we can. But you know, Africa is a very big continent. We have thousands of research institutions, universities, and maybe 100,000 of researchers. It's not easy to reach out to all the researchers and institutions, but we are trying our best to promote our activities and also Horizon Europe activities. So these are the plan that we are actually attending physical events organized and co-organized in 2025. As you can see, more than 16 missions we planned for 2025. And this is actually webinars we also plan for 2025. We'll talk about the Horizon Europe initiatives, Africa initiative, which is actually very important for us, and the Mediterranean initiative too. With this tool actually launch around April 2025. So we want to promote this Africa initiative because this actually helps at least 3 African institutions to come together, to form a consortium and apply for this grant. And we also organize European Research Council grants and MSA postdoctoral, MSA doctoral networks, MSA staff exchange, very specific Horizon Europe programs. In these all programs, we invite MSA and ERC fellows, testimonials. We invite NCPs, national contact points of each countries whenever we organize along with the countries. We invite experts in grant writing, experts in MSA or specific programs. We invite government higher officials, also invite experts from headquarters, and we also invite collaborators. For example, next time we may invite NCPs and also Roberto and other members to involve in our effort to promote the Horizon Europe program. So what we do, we use our website, we use our social media, we use our flash note and newsletter to disseminate this information to our network, to our 16,000 research innovators who are already registered to our database. So currently we have more than 16 email subscribers, and we have more than 13,000 social media followers. So when it comes to the partners and collaborators search, as already Roberto Carpano mentioned, we have more powerful portals, powerful platforms that can help you search partners and collaborators. So I think we need to also mention this to the researchers in our country or to our institutions. So the first one I already mentioned is the EURAccess portal. It is a network platform. It has a very important information with it. I will go very quickly to it. And we have EU funding and tender portal. Roberto was also mentioning about this. It's also a very important portal. It's a place where you get these calls for proposals, and it's a place where you submit also your proposals and get collaborators or partners. So this is very powerful and very, very informative portal. And last but not the least, also Roberto mentioning, CORDIS portal is a primary source of information. It has been on website for more than 30 years. So there's so many research, so many funding results published in this portal. And I really invite you to create your account and go through these portals and get benefit and also help the researchers and innovators in your region. So EURAccess, if you just write EURAccess in your browser, you get EURAccess, and under EURAccess, you will have a network section. Under the network section in the right side, you will get, when you drop down, you get EURAccess Worldwide. So if you click EURAccess Worldwide, definitely you will see 9 hubs under EURAccess Worldwide, and at the middle, for sure, you get Worldwide Africa. So again, if you go through the Worldwide Africa, this is the front page, and it also invites you to sign up for free membership to Euraccess Africa and get informed with every information that we provide on daily basis, on weekly basis, and on monthly and quarterly basis. So under Euraccess Africa, you have jobs and funding. As I already said, in this section, you get grants, you get fellowship, you get scholarship, you get collaboration, a lot of informations. So for instance, if you just click on search for job and opportunities, this actually I get from this morning. We have more than 8,615 different jobs. So it's very lot. So you need to filter out by keywords, offer type, a country, research field, a research profile. Then you can refine or fine tune your search and focus on what you get and apply for these jobs and also for other opportunities. So again, in Euraccess Africa, we have this section. It says searching for collaboration. If you need a researcher in your specific area, if you need any organization that you need to establish a consortium, this is again the right place to go through and also recommend researchers to get the benefit of this section of the portal. So you can find researchers, you can find organizations from Euraccess. For partnering alone, I snapshot this section. You can find researchers and entrepreneurs. So it could be from business sector, it could be from academia, it could be from entrepreneur. So you can find the entrepreneur or researcher. And again, you could find also organizations, universities or business sectors. If they already register, if their profile is available, you can easily access from this section of the website. So the organization in the university, for example, you have 603 organizations. It's actually in Europe, only working related to health area. Actually, I put health in my search engine and I got some 603 organizations, including universities and business and other sectors. So you can find this way, or you can get a contact point, a contact email address and university address. So further discussion will be continuing with the contact point. So when it comes to EU funding and the tender portal, again, you get call for proposal, you get participant registration, including the individual researcher as well as organization should also register under this portal. You need to get account and register for your organization. We call it a PIC. It's a participant identification code. It is actually a must to have to submit your application through EU funding and tender portal. So if your organization not yet registered in the system, I think you need to advise the researchers to make a registration. So this is, again, under EU funding and tender portal. Actually, Roberto Carpano asked me a very difficult question. I can see that it's not easy to select the most prominent collaborator from these websites. It's actually up to the researcher to come up with this kind of decision. It needs his or her effort to identify the right partner. But these portals actually gives you the information, gives you the number of projects those organizations win or those particular individuals win, but it doesn't actually rate. It doesn't rate the researchers, it doesn't rate the organization, but it's actually up to us to judge and to whom we collaborate to choose. But at least get some basic information, some fact checks, some quick information, then that may help you to further discuss with the researcher, with the organization contact points, and further strengthen your collaboration. But our main advice actually to researchers in this case is just to use the existing collaboration. Existing collaboration in a conference, you meet people, you maybe by looking into the articles, their published papers or books, then that way you can connect the researchers in Europe or in associated countries. Actually, we have only one associated country in Africa, which is Tunisia. but you are free to choose any researcher or institute in EU member states, countries. So this is the most difficult question, but at least you can get information about the organization and about the researchers. So as I already mentioned, the organization should register in EU funding and data portal. So this part of the section will help you how to register, and this has some 6 steps to need to pass through. And based on where you end up, it could be in sleepy, or it could be in declaration, it could be on a validated state. So to apply, at least you need to be in a declared stage or status. Validated status is very fantastic. That will be the final stage of the status for the registration of the PIC. So I hope most of the institutions already registered, but if not yet, I think you can advise them to register. You can see this from the portal if they are already registered or not. So to see the projects already funded by EU at different time, including the Horizon, you can get information from this section, project and results section of the EU funded tender portal. Here you see 100, I think, okay, it's 14,000, around 14,000 research databases are available in this portal. So you can go through all these projects, but unfortunately you don't get a full document of the proposal, but you get the main important points: the title, the objective, participating institutions, the amount of funding goes to each institution, and some basic information from this website. So this is what I already mentioned. It's about CORDIS. Again, here we find more than 14,000 results for the projects, and it is a primary source of information on public funded research and innovation projects in Europe at different times since maybe 2007, if you consider the REC. So these are the fact sheet that you get from in each of these projects that are published on CORDIS. As I already said, the title, the objective, the budget, the dates, when they register, when the end of the project, the research results, and participating institution, and something like that. And we also publish, by the way, news on Africa, on research and innovation, information that we directly get from our coordinator, Cristina Gomez. She is based in Brussels. And we got information from Science Counselor to EU delegation to the Africa Union, also from other EU delegation in different African countries, from different stakeholders, from policy and desk officers in headquarters in Brussels. So we publish in our website under a news section. And another important thing that I want to mention here is that we have an event section in our portal. In this section, you'll see links to recorded videos, previously recorded videos, previous events, online events, and also uploaded slide presentations of the past events, and also registration link for the upcoming events. We publish event-related things on this section and can get a lot of videos, a lot of presentation slides that are very relevant to apply for Horizon Europe projects. So I would like to say, let's build together Euraccess Africa Research and Innovation Community, and let's bring our efforts together and make a difference and make Africa's future bright. And these are additional resources that you can go through. I think most of them already discussed, as I already heard from Roberto Capano, so it could be helpful for you. And I will leave my slide here, so you can go through this presentation. I know I'm very fast because I'm given only 10-15 minutes. That's the reason. Thank you very much, and it's my privilege and my honor to participate in this training workshop. I hope we will continue collaboration. It's a very good opportunity. We already met. So you can contact me via email, or you can write through WhatsApp and other communication means. Thank you once again, Roberto, for inviting me to participate in this. I'm done.
Bene, Edilfana, thank you so much. Grazie for your time. This has been very much appreciated. Before asking any question, I wonder if my colleague has any question, or Maruf. It seems that you met him already. If you would like just to comment on what Edilfana just said to us. There are no questions, so I do imagine that this silence is consistent with just with the reply. Means only only two people raise the hands by
Hello.
saying that they are aware of Maruf.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was muted, so I couldn't unmute myself. So thank you very much, Edifana. That was a wonderful presentation as usual. It's nice, seeing you again here on this particular platform. I think what you said is actually on point. I think if people have not registered, they need to go to that particular portal and register, because that's the only way they could actually be listed as one of the organizations that could be funded. So it's important for us to register. But much more importantly, as NCPs, I think we need to also explore EuroAccess website, because there's so many information on that particular website that we need to look at, so that we can, better guide potential applicants. So I will stop here. Thank you very much, Roberto.
Yeah, well, I mean, indeed. Maruf, thank you. I would like to ask Yedil Fana, we explore three portal. One is Horizon Europe NCP, Cordis Europe, and then EuroAccess. Well, I mean, it seems to me that there is some overlapping between with. Could you please tell us which is the really added value of EuroAccess, and which are the specific information that you cannot find in the other portal?
Yeah, as I already mentioned, I think as I'm working for EuroAccess, and EuroAccess has a very special feature. As I already mentioned, it's all-in-one kind of platform. It has information about funding. It has also this partnering or collaborating content. It has also some career development, capacity building stuff. There are so many videos already uploaded on the EuroAccess portal, and events. Everything is already posted or available in the website. I think it's everything. Even after you get the grant, there are also advice. There are also a lot of information from the Europe side or from the associated countries side. There are contact points. It's just personal assistance also you can get through EuroAccess Africa, or in general EuroAccess platform. So it's really very huge platform and very powerful platform, and it has a lot of information. So it's very hard to explain everything about EuroAccess, but it's a very good. It's also user-friendly. Anyone can easily get information, can interact with the website and get access to that. So actually, each of them actually have their own special feature, right? You cannot submit your proposal in EuroAccess. Rather, you need to go to the Horizon website to get the templates, to get clear information about how to submit and what need to included in the proposal, everything. And Cordis is all about available information about the projects that are funded by European Union at different times. So they have some overlapping, some similarities, but still they have their unique feature, unique importance. So my recommendation is to go through all the three websites and get benefit, or also recommend researchers, innovators in Africa to go through all these three powerful platforms.
Bene, Yedilfana, thank you so much. If there are no other questions from my colleagues.
Olayinka speaking.
Yes, who is speaking? Yes. Would you please?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, your camera. It is. I want to see your eyes.
Okay. All right. So I guess it should be able to see me now, right?
Yes.
Very nice. Thank you.
All right. All right. So thank you very well. First, let me thank EuroAccess in terms of the effort they've been making, the time awareness. I've been privileged to attend their
Oswalole,
meetings,
the line
webinars,
sorry,
and workshops. They've been
connection
very
is very
fantastic. But again, one thing I don't see is to be able to. Sorry. Okay, my connection is poor. That is why I usually try to hold the video
okay.
so that the video. Yeah.
Switch off. Okay.
All right. I don't know if I'm audible now.
Now this is much better.
All right. So I appreciated Uracel's, but straight to the question: is Uracel's position just like the NCPs to help facilitate collaborations with European partners in case, because some of the costs, like we said, require these European institutions to lead. So you've made mention quite a lot, but then many still require that you have partners. Is Euracess placed to be able to facilitate connection with European institution? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Oliyanka, for a very important question. Yes, the answer is yes. Like NCPs in different countries, we also facilitate and support researchers both in AU and EU to come together and apply and also benefit out of this huge Horizon Europe grant. The challenge we have is we have only 2 in Euraccess Africa, but NCPs in different countries, we have more than at least 1 NCPs in these 54, 55 African countries. So we need to work together. Otherwise, myself and Ahmed cannot actually provide mentorship, right? So, but we can still help as much as we can. And we also try to connect these researchers who have asked this request. We can connect with the researchers who are based in EU. And we can also connect with the contact points in different European countries or in different African countries. So yes, we facilitate the collaboration between AU and EU. But the problem is that we have a limited capacity, but we organize, we collaborate with NCPs and so many other stakeholders in Africa and in Europe. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I mean, thank you. Maybe if can I add a value added of Euraccess compared with Cordis, it is that in Cordis you find out only organization who has been financed by Horizon Europe and by Horizon 2020 and by all the previous program, while in Euraccess you can have the possibility to establish contacts and links with you researcher outside the framework of Horizon Europe. That means that, correct me if I'm wrong, you can, for example, ask to some researcher in your area, whether in Germany or in Italy, there are scholarships or there are grant mobility which are financed by the national governments. So this is, I mean, if I were in you and if you're looking just to staff exchange or to grant mobility, register to Euraccess. And when you register, as I mentioned to you, is extremely important to use the same approach of the registration of the organization in peak, which means you have to be quantified, you have to express the results, what you achieved. So don't just limit yourself to add telephone number, but what I mean, you have to really you have to show what you accomplish. You know, there is always this difference between the description of the activities and the description of the results that you achieve. Yes. So the results is a publication, is a scientific study, is a prototype, is a project that you implement and manage for 20 million euro. An activity is a project management study. So you have to focus on the result rather than on the activity. So this is very, very important. And this is also a tool just to enlarge your network. Ruth.
Yes.
Ruth, did you finish your shower?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I ask this because before Ruth, she replied just from the bathroom. So I want to be sure that your shower has been completed.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Yes. You'll be the second person from Ethiopia I met recently in Russia, in subsoil Africa, a very nice man, and you look like him. Well done. Please, my question is this. The last speaker, in line with what he said, can we connect with you easily as a person so that some of our questions, we can easily get solution to it, answers to it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ruth. I know why you ask this question because we receive a lot of emails. So depending on the time available, actually we reply to most of them, but still I admit that we may not reply to all of the comments, all of the questions that come to us. But at least we can do that. You need to mention that you are a contact point or NCPs of Nigeria, and you need this information. Just you can write to WhatsApp or maybe an email to me or Ahmed or maybe to Euraccess in general. So definitely we are very kind. We are very happy to reply to your questions.
Thank you. So please, let's display your email to us, please, on the platform. Thank you.
Yeah, you'll get it in my presentation from Roberto. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bene, Ruth. We have a few minutes just for other questions. I don't know if someone else wants just to take advantage of the presence of Yedilfana. This could be very helpful because I understand that the help desk of Euraccess is very busy. So now that Yedilfana is here, this is an important value added.
Thank you.
Right. So, well, I mean, Hanifat Bello, do you want to ask something? I mean, Hanifat, for example, she's an NCP who is now in UK. Before Hanifat, she was in South Africa, and then she went to UK, and this is something, I mean, we've been in touch. So I like Hanifat not only because she is a very nice person, but could be that before she's an example of someone who has been positively contaminated by our culture, no? I mean, I don't say that our culture is better than African culture, but I mean, they're different. So in order, maybe they have something fun. Bene, allora, Yedilfana, thank you so much.
Yes,
we have all your contacts. So just in case there is someone, we will be in touch again with you.
Yeah, I put on the chat box the Euraccess Africa email.
Bene, allora, grazie mille. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bene, miei cari amici, so we have one more presentation from my side, and then we have an important we have some chat with Tukela. Tukela is an NCP from South Africa, and the reason why I ask her just to spend some time, it is because, as you know, South Africa is South Africa is one of the country with the highest success rate. So it is important just to understand how they were so positive and which is the strategy they adapted in order to achieve their goals. But we have Tukela in 15 minutes time. So before, I would like just to come back to my presentation just to show you another slides, which I like it very much. Okay. Before lunch, we discussed how the Horizon Europe global system supports national contact points. We said a lot of about the three portal, parcel identification, and contacts with the member states in Abuja. Now, the next question is how NCP could support prospective applicants. These are two slides. This is one out of two. And here I would like just to go through it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, Ben. So you can support in various modalities. One is explain to prospective applicants how to register as a PIC number. We already discussed it a lot, and we also said why the PIC number is important and how to write an effective registration of PIC. And we made two examples. One is this African University for Science and Technology. This is a PIC without details. I would like to ask you why the PIC number, the PIC registration is so important. I don't see any replies, and I
I'm
will
raising
not
up my hand.
Who is speaking, please?
Thank you very much. I think PIC is very important because
Sorry, who is speaking, please?
Maruf Sonny.
Okay. Maruf, yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
So I think PIC is very important because without a PIC, you could not actually be funded, and meaning before anything at all, you must actually register, and once you register, is that particular PIC that will be used. It's like your identification number that will be used to to identify your organization, and so that with that you will be able to partner with or even lead a project under Horizon Europe. So this is very important for organizations.
Yeah, thank you. But the next question to you is why is important to have a complete PIC registration procedure?
Okay, I think it's important for us to to have a complete PIC, because if it's not complete, our potential partners will not be able to see us as a very valuable partner, because the information will not be complete, and if it's not complete, they won't be able to see the full picture about that particular organization. And in some instances, it may also be very difficult for you to be funded if your PIC, if you don't have a full PIC registration. That's what I know to the best of my understanding.
Yeah, well, I mean, thank you, Maru. So the idea is the PIC is really the visiting card of your organization. So if you, I mean, as I mentioned, the peak of this university is a basic example, does not represent all the potential that the university has. So this is a pity, because when I visited Aust in Abuja in November, I really see that there is a massive differences between what they do and the information which are available on PIC. So information available on PIC were really minimal and they don't catch it. So this is one. So the second activities of NCPs identify call for programming, and the call for Horizon Europe, as I mentioned to you, if you remember, in NCP portal, if you digit on the lens call for programming 2025, you will immediately see all the calls. And then how to find partners in Nigeria and to find partners both in Nigeria and in EU. There are 3 tools. One is Euraccess. The second one is Cordis.Europa. And the third one is HU NCP. Then the third level of how NCP could support prospective applicants is information management. What does it mean? It means that you have to guide really prospective applicant on which are the information which are related to the cluster where the organization belongs. And if I ask you a question, could you tell me where are the information related to specific clusters? Yes, who want to speak? My question to you is where to find specific cluster information. I am a supporter of the mistake culture, because if you do a mistake, that means that you're trying to do something. If you don't mistake, that means that you are not doing anything.
I feel if you're going to find information about a specific cluster, you go to the tender and funding page. That's where you get specific information.
Where do you go?
The tender and funding portal of the European Union. Tender and funding portal.
Okay, so hold on. I will go to the tender and funding portal, and I want to see if you are right or wrong. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so guide me. Where I have to go? Hello?
So if you if you can hear me, can you scroll down a bit? So sometimes I look at a call for proposal.
Okay, and then?
Then I go to either I go for programs.
I have to log in first, sorry.
Yeah, then you also have like a search term that is kind of fixing your search box.
No, but I mean, I will, if you please. You know, this kind of exercise are very useful, because if you listen, you forget. But if you do, there are more chances that you may remember something. JCK. Oof, sorry. 49 L JCK. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so okay, tell me where I have to go.
So go to funding. Just
Where?
click upon funding. Funding. You can see it up
Okay.
there. Funding, yes. Then call for proposals. All right.
And then, well, I mean, remember that I'm looking for cluster specific information, huh?
All right. Well, if you're looking for cluster specific, so you can as well search for it specifically. So you just take the cluster name and then do a search.
Yeah, but for example, tell me a cluster name.
There's one you show like a EDTCP or something that I saw on your screen now on health.
So health, huh?
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, so, and here you have all the calls. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Hello? I mean, these are the calls. For example, these are not what I mean, this could be part of the cluster specific information. If I click it here, you find the call, and the opening date, this is 26, so these are the deadline. But I ask you another question. If I want to be, if I want to educate, allow me these words, the applicants in the healthcare sector, where I have to go? There is another portal which could be help me understanding the content, which are the new moods, which are the ongoing trend in health in Africa. Any suggestion? Anyone who wants to help your colleague? Hello, anyone?
Yes, let me try.
Yes, carry on, dai.
Yes,
Forza.
yes, I think
Who is it? Sorry,
I
who
will
is speaking?
where we have calls, then search specifically in that particular area and look for projects within, in recent year. I will look for projects in 2023, 2024, for instance, because I believe that there will be, a lot of new things that will be, in those projects in recent year. That's what I would do.
This is very nice. This is one part. This is one part in order that you know what has been already financed. Because if you go here, no, this is a funded project, and you can, well, I mean, here you can, these are overfunded project. If you, sorry, if you put health, let's say, for example, Lassa fever, in order that we have an example, Lassa fever, save. No, this is not here, sorry, it's here. Lassa fever. Well, I mean, for example, here you see there are already 2 projects which has been financed in Lassa. This is the one of Silvanus. of Professor Silvanus, and this is another one. No, with this one, you find you can write to be just to be coordinator, and you can be in touch. You see here, this is the coordinator, and you can understand what has been already done. But this is again not complete. My question to you is, if I want to stay updated on the new trends and the new issues, so on future of what will go, of what will be going in the area of health, what can I do? In the first website, we saw the call. The second idea is has been very important because we see what has been already financed, and this is very interesting. But I want to have a reply to my last question, and my last question is where to find in order information in order to be updated.
Maybe, well, I could also look for new calls, you know.
No, well,
From
no, well,
Codis.
yeah, but for new calls,
From Codis.
Sign up.
you find
Or sign up for
information
newsletters.
on call.
On Codis, you know.
1 second only. Sorry, one second. Speaker. Hi, Tukela. Yes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Sorry, she was the second speaker. Well, I mean, I will be short. This is again NCP portal. You go NCP portal. And as I mentioned to you, these are the 4 blocks. But when you go to these blocks, each cluster, there is an information. You see, each block, there is an information for the cluster. And so, for example, here in cluster health, you will get updated on all the information about clusters. Bene, so I mean, you know, this is important just to get experience a bit. So thank you so much. Now we have Tukela. As I mentioned to you, Tukela, she is one of the South African NCP. Ayala, is Tukela online? Ayala?
Let me check. Tukela, it's not here online.
Is she online or she's not online?
No, she's not online yet.
Because she called me. Well, I mean, she called me just now.
Let me reach out to her. I'll get back to you.
Ayala, believe this Pauline, is she the same or is she different? Ayala, did you get her email?
Yes, I got it. I got it now.
Which one? She has 2 email.
No, the one we communicated with you this morning, today. That's the one I'm using.
I just sent you through. Tukela is telling me you have to connect. She sent me 2 email. I send you through WhatsApp.
Well, let me check now.
Roberto, can I quickly ask you a question?
Sorry, is she connected?
This is Olayinka. I just want to quickly ask you a question, Roberto.
Yes, sorry, sorry, 1 second, please. Let me first be connected with Tukela. Then I will reply. Sorry, 1 second. Ayala, where are we? Ayala.
I am sending the information to her now.
Okay. Yes, there is one question, please carry on.
Just to be sure, I think South Africa can lead a European project, right?
No,
Any institution?
so far they cannot. In Horizon Europe, no.
Okay, okay.
This is the reason why I'm insisting so much on find the right partner. You see?
Yeah, because there's also a reason why I asked, because I remember sometimes few weeks back I was doing some search for coordinator and I happened to see like Togo leading and coordinating projects. So I was kind of confused. Like,
well, I mean, maybe there are some calls, but in the major of cases, you cannot. But I sorry, Tukela, what's happened? Ayala, what's happened to Tukela? Hello.
I just sent out the mail now, so I'm sure she will join us shortly.
Okay.
Also call her since she just called you. Maybe you can also call her back.
Well, I mean, sorry, we have Ayala. Did you see? Okay.
You saw it, right?
Yes, I saw it. Okay. Okay. So please, few seconds, and then we will speak with Tukela. The reason why we were not able to speak with Tukela yesterday, it is because she apparently in South Africa they have a thunderstorm, and I mean all the line were cut. Yeah. Ciao, did you get the email, the invitation? Doesn't allow to log in. Yes, let me speak with just with Ayala, huh? Okay. Okay, well, I mean, while they are fixing, I mean, all the details, I want just to give you some updating concerning the next training session. This Thursday and Friday, there is a training session for Horizon Europe prospective applicants. So, which is not your case, but if someone is interesting, or if you know someone, this is where you have to apply. Then in January, the 12th of January, let me check. In January, sorry, in January, Friday 17, we will have another session dedicated just to NCP. So this is extremely important. We will send you some previous questions and we will debate on it. So please read the question, try just to understand, and what is important is please and what is important is that you surf. So these are the next events. Then I'm happy to see that some changes started already, because, for example, Salisu Nazir asked, where can I get the list of contact details and all the 65 NCPs in Nigeria? And I'm happy that Anifat Bello replied to him saying, reply to Salisu Nazir. So I'm happy that, you know, some knowledge started to be available and started to be online. What's happened to Tikuna? Sorry, what's happened to Tukela? Ayala, what's happened to Tukela? Hello?
Hello, sir. I think she's on now.
Oh, where is she? I don't.
Hi, Roberto, I'm on.
Oh, this is a miracle.
I'm on.
Yes.
But I'm struggling to project my slides, so I'm trying to send them to you to project for me.
Well, I mean, Tukela, thank you so much. I'm so glad that online connection were working well. So far, you are speaking to 32 NCPs from Nigeria. So I really would like that you inspire them in order that you share with us which has been the secret of the success in South Africa. So the key question I would like to ask you is which is the secret for successful applicant from South Africa to Horizon Europe? This is the headline and the critical question I would like to ask you. But please, before, present yourself and tell us in which position of the NCP you are. Thank you, Tugela, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are clearly. I can see your face, your eyes, everything.
Okay. I wish I could have projected my slides, but I'm having difficulty sharing them and also emailing them. But I'll just talk to them if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. So my name is Tugela Matubatuba Dlamini. I'm from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. It's an equivalent of Ministry of Science in other countries. I'm from the International Cooperation and Resources Division. I'm the Director for Strategic Partnerships, responsible for managing the South Africa European Union Science, Technology and Innovation Corporation. Regarding the NCP where I sit, I coordinate our national contact point network. So I would call myself the coordinator. And I also have, in my previous experience, I've also served as an NCP in some of the thematic areas, namely the Marie Curie actions, as well as the legal and finance thematic area. But maybe if I can try and respond to your question, Roberto, what has been the secret? I think it's a combination of factors. Maybe to start by giving a policy background. We are governed by several policies within that influences our international cooperation within our Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. We do have a new white paper on science, technology, on science and technology, which was finalized in 2019. We've also developed what we call the Science and Technology and Innovation Decadal Plan, which is basically a 10-year plan or an implementation plan of the white paper. So within that document, there is a specific chapter that talks to international cooperation, and that's what we use when we engage our international stakeholders. We are also guided by our National Development Plan, which also outlines the priority areas that we're trying to address in terms of the socioeconomic challenges, including poverty alleviation, trying to alleviate poverty, as well as creating a capable state. So I'm mentioning all these documents so that the colleagues that are attending can also note it is important that you do have the buy-in and the support at the government level, and that your activities are aligned to the national priorities. So as South Africa, we do have a specific, we call it a strategic partnership with the EU. We did sign a South Africa EU Science Technology Cooperation Agreement in 1996. And that's when outside of our democracy was in 1994. And then after that, we signed the agreement with the European Union. And I'm highlighting this because the signing of the agreement facilitated South Africa's participation in the framework program, starting from framework program 6, framework program 7, Horizon 2020, and now Horizon Europe. So we've used that agreement to strategically engage the European Union regarding the Science, Technology and Innovation Cooperation. And we also do have a specific policy dialogue that takes stock on an annual basis, how far we have implemented our Science, Technology and Innovation Cooperation with the EU. We also used to have a coordination and support action project called ISA-STAP, which was funded by the European Commission. And its main aim was to basically assist South Africa to participate in the framework program. This project was funded from 2005. We received funding from the European Commission from 2005 to 2007. It evolved again from 2008 to 2012 under FP7. We also got funding under Horizon 2020 from 2016 to 2019. But these type of projects were discontinued in Horizon Europe. But because it was a strategic project for us, or a program for us, and we had created such a strong database and using it as a communication instrument to our national system of innovation, as well as other neighboring countries, the department decided to continue funding the project. So we still have that program. We have a website. I think the participants can visit www.isastap.org.za to just see what the program or the website looks like. And we use it as our first communication platform.
Sorry, Togela, could you write the name of this website in chat?
Yes, I will do that. I will write it on the chat. But I also wanted to highlight that as South Africa, we do have bilateral agreements with other EU member states and associated countries that we use to link up or align our EU programs as well. And we've as a department, we've gone out to actually look for these opportunities and understand them and see how do we align them to our country, and then how do we create support instruments that will assist our researchers to be able to participate. And since doing that, we've seen that there's been an increase in our participation in the framework program. And we've also seen that there's been networks that have been formed. And our policy dialogue with the EU has also strengthened from doing that. So I wanted to show this slide on the composition of the framework program, to say that Horizon Europe is set up in 3 pillars, but perhaps you have
yes,
showed that.
We know it already.
Yes. So you know pillar 1 and pillar 2. Pillar 1 is excellent science, and then pillar 2 is global challenges and European industrial competitiveness. So our NCP network is made up of those 2 pillars. So we have an NCP for the European Research Council. We have an NCP for the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions. We have an NCP for the research infrastructures. And then also when you look at pillar 2, we have an NCP for health, for culture, creativity, civil security, digital, industry and space, climate, food, energy and mobility, food, bioeconomy, natural resources. The reason why we've done that is because we've noted that all those areas are aligned to our areas in our decadal plan and also in our white paper. And also the composition of our national contact points. Some of our national contact points will have assistant national contact points, depending on how big the thematic area is. You've noted in Horizon 2020 framework program, some of the areas have been cluttered together. So for example, digital industry and space is now one thematic area. But when it comes to a South African context, we have to appoint at least 3 people to work on that specific thematic area, because we have a focus on space, we have a focus on digital, we have a focus on industry. So that's how our NCP network is set up. We also have a specific agreement with the Joint Research Center.
Sorry, Tugela, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Are your NCP working at the universities? Have been they appointed just from the ministries, or do have or are they member of a specific association? So which is their status?
Okay, I'll get to that, to the composition. I just wanted to highlight that pillar 1, pillar 2, that's where our NCPs sit. And then we also have an NCP for Euratom, which looks at fusion and fission as well. The Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, which is where I come from, is the one that appoints the National Contact Point Network. So our Director General appoints the NCPs. Our NCPs come from the National System of Innovation. So all the institutions within the NSI, academic institutions, which is our universities, science councils, as well as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and some from industry. So it's a combination of representation from the National System of Innovation, because we want to have as much impact in terms of participation in the framework program. And we also want to have inclusive participation of the stakeholders. In South Africa, we have what we call historically disadvantaged institutions, and we have those that have been advantaged based on our situation in the past. And what we've noted is that those that are advantaged tend to be able to participate and benefit from Horizon Europe. But those that are previously disadvantaged find it a struggle to participate. So by having a combination of representation within the NSI and also including members from the historically disadvantaged institution, we're trying to motivate and make sure that there's inclusive participation and access to those opportunities.
Sorry, Tugela, can you make an example of who are the disadvantaged groups and vis-a-vis the advantage group, and how do you fill the gap?
So if you look at our statistics, I can just mention them that our top participating institutions, number 1 is University of Cape Town, and number 2 Stellenbosch University, and number 3 Wits University. So we have 8 universities that we classify as historically disadvantaged, and those universities are the ones that are found in the most disadvantaged areas of the country. So in the rural parts of the country, that's where you'll find those institutions. And if you look at the participation by South African institutions, you'll also note that they are not listed in the statistics. So it's mostly the ones that are advantaged. It's mostly the ones that have strong international offices, that have strong research offices that are able to take up these opportunities. So the ones that are disadvantaged still have capacity issues, and their universities, their offices of international offices and research offices still need to be strengthened. So by including them as NCPs, we're also building capacity so that they also are exposed to the framework program and can also take up some of the information to their institutions. So in terms of the department, the DSI provides support, financial support to the national contact points. Our national contact points are not remunerated. So the NCP responsibilities are in addition to what they are doing. So it's basically, I could say they have volunteered to be NCPs, and also they're looking at this as a career building opportunity also for them. So they don't get remunerated for that. The department provides support in terms of taking them to trainings. If there's training provided by the European Commission, the department will fund, their travel to go and attend those trainings. The department also will facilitate workshops. If they want to come back and share information in a workshop setting, the department will provide financial support for that. Their main responsibility is to provide information and raise awareness of the framework program opportunities amongst the South African research communities in those thematic areas that are highlighted. They also assist in advising the South African research community who wish to participate in the framework program. I've mentioned that to also coordinate inclusive participation. They also provide strategic partnership to our department in terms of what are the challenges the researchers are experiencing. How do we align our international cooperation with national and regional policy agendas, the white paper and the decadal plan? So whenever we do require them to represent the country, either in workshops or meetings, strategic meetings, they also do that on behalf of the country.
Tugela, thank you. I would like, the setting of NCPs in South Africa is similar to the architecture of NCPs in Nigeria, but your network it seems to us that it has been much more effective in terms of awarded projects. Could you explain to us why it has been so successful?
Mm-hmm. I think partly it's what I've mentioned in my first introduction, to say at a policy level or at a government level, there's been that recognition of the importance of participating in international programs like the EU Framework Program. If you look at the representation of our national contact points, we have people from the National Research Foundation, which are entities of implementing entities of ministries of education and science. We have representation from Department of Higher Education and Training as an NCP for the Erasmus Plus program, for example. And then we have people from science councils, and then we have people from universities. So I think it's also having a buy-in from these institutions, because when we appoint the NCPs, it's at a high level. At the DG level, who appoints them, and then the leadership of those institutions also need to be aware and take ownership of what what role the NCPs are going to take. So we've seen them embracing this opportunity and also highlighting and raising awareness within the national system of innovation. So I could say the key factor for success is the type of networks that you establish, and the NCPs play a vital role in ensuring that our researchers communicate and make contact with the right researchers in Europe, so that they can then be successful when they submit their proposal. But one other thing I want to mention, we are also part of the COST program. which is a networking platform. And we also use that networking platform to assist our researchers to find partners in Europe. So it's about finding the right partners.
Sorry, Tugela, is this platform a local platform or is an EU platform? I mean,
it's an EU platform. It's an EU platform.
Which is the name?
I will write it on the chat as well. It's called COST. So the South African representatives, they write to the COST chairs and basically motivate why they want to be part of the COST actions. And the department funds their travel to Europe. Once they are part of those COST actions, they are able to network and make other partnerships in terms of responding to the framework program calls for proposals.
Bene, Tugela, thank you so much. I want to ask to my colleagues if they want to take advantage of Tugela's presence in order to ask her questions. This is a unique opportunity because, I mean, as you have seen, connection modality with South Africa, it has been demanding exercise. I can see that Olainka would like to ask you something. Olainka, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much, Tugela. That was a good presentation. So my questions to you, like you've got this extensive experience, how can we, as a country, Nigeria, researcher, the NCPs, connect with you or connect with your institutions that have been successful in various EU programs so that we can learn from them?
Okay, thank you for that question. I hope you can hear me. I'm sitting outside and it's becoming windy. I hope you can still hear me. But if I get your question, you wanted to connect with us in terms of sharing of our experience as well as lessons learned since we've been participating in the framework program.
Yes.
So I think from our office, would be open to maybe have follow-up activities in the form of workshops or either virtually to maybe take you through on what we do in terms of the NCP network, and also share some of the slides that I wanted to share today to indicate to you how we've done it in the past. I had also invited my colleague who manages the South Africa-Nigeria STI cooperation to see if there can be programs that we also do in the bilateral program. We link it up to the EU program and see how we then, align and take advantage of that as well. So from my office, I will share my slides with Roberto with the contact details. You're welcome to then, we can have a follow-up discussion on what activities we could have. You can also maybe invite us to come to Nigeria. We can do that as well, to come and share our experience.
Bene, grazie. Any other questions to Tugela?
I just wanted to add that in the past, we have been invited for example, by Cameroon, Mozambique, the Gambia, to come and also, present on our participation and how we do things. And I think from that, they were also able to, come up with a system, because it has to be a system that talks to the country. You cannot, I don't think it's something that you can just copy and paste, but you need to look at how the country is governed and how the country operates. And also, importantly, align it to the policies of the country so that when you appoint the network, it's more impactful in terms of what you're trying to achieve.
Thank you. Maruf?
Very much together for that nice presentation. I don't know if I missed this. I was wondering, do you have specific tools that you actually use in reaching out to researchers?
Yes. So that will be the ISASTAP website that I mentioned. I will put it on the chat so that you can see. So this is a tool that was initially funded. It was a project initially funded through the European Commission. It was part of the framework program project. But since Horizon 2020, the European Commission stopped funding these type of projects. But as the department, we then carried on with keeping it live, because we had seen that we've created such a big database It's not just a database of South African researchers. We have researchers in Europe subscribed to the database. We have researchers also in the continent. So to keep the dissemination of information, we decided to keep it. We've revamped the website, and I will share it on the chat so that you have a look. So that's our first point of communication in terms of disseminating the information. But we also use the NCPs for that. We also use the research offices. Yeah.
What I mean, sorry, Tugela, out of Euraccess, Horizon Europe, NCP portal, and Cordis Europe, which are among these three portals the one which is more relevant to your mission?
All of them. So we've had a couple of activities with Euraccess. Also assisted our historically disadvantaged institutions with proposal writing workshops. We also have road shows. Once the calls are launched, we have road shows in the country where we go to specific universities. And when we do that, we will then invite our Euraccess colleagues, our European Commission colleagues from DG RTD to come with us. And then we do an extensive workshop in terms of going through the calls, how to read the calls, how to draft the proposal, just the basic information that one needs to know. So all of those portals you've mentioned, we use them extensively in the department.
Bene, Tugela, grazie. I wonder if there are any other questions from my colleague. I don't know if Mike Faborode is online. You want to ask, maybe you want to ask something to Tugela? No. Bene, allora, grazie mille for your time. We do very much appreciate your live presentation. I say live because it seems that you are in the middle of a forest. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from a ExCo meeting. I just stepped out from the meeting and I'm sitting outside.
Okay, but where are you? Are you in Johannesburg or in Cape Town?
I'm in Pretoria. I'm in Pretoria. Yes.
Bene, allora, Tugela, grazie.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I will put the chat, the website on the chat. I'll also PDF my document and send it to you so that it's easy to then email. You can share it with the participants as well.
Indeed. Dai, grazie mille. Thank you so much. Looking forward meeting you physically. Ciao.
Thank you. Ciao. Bye.
Well, I mean, what a nice person, isn't it? Huh? Bene, so our course is almost completed. I say almost because there is this is the slide. Is Mike there? Mike Faborode, are you there? No, Mike isn't. Ayala, is Mike online?
No, sir. No, it's not. It's not. He has some little technical issue.
Right. I do remember this. I remember. So I was. Can everybody see my slide?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So we close. This is the last slide, and now it is your turn. What does it mean? It means that at training but do not activate a change is a waste of time. So the question that I would like to ask you is, what will you do tomorrow after having accompanied your kids to school? In other words, the question I would like to ask you is, which are the changes that you will do, or the new modalities, or the new way of behavior in terms of activity that you will do after this course? And I'm really eager to listen from you. Maruf.
Very much. This has been a very wonderful, presentation, and I really enjoyed it. As for me, I think I need to explore Codis the more. It seems to be a very interesting platform where I believe I could learn a lot. So for me, I will explore Codis the more. Then I will also explore the NCP platform as well, and see what are the trainings that could be useful for NCP, and at the same time, how exactly can I begin to guide potential applicants for some of these Horizon Europe projects. Those are the two things that I think I will explore more for me, and that for me are the takeaways. Thank you.
Well, I mean, Maruf, grazie, and thank you so much. Any other people? Ola Inca. Ola Inca, please, you have the floor.
All right, so I want to thank all the presenters, everyone. Well, I'm not an NCP, but I was able to come through Dr. Larinde, who is also like a co-leader with me at Elizabeth University. We will be looking forward to see more engagement and activity from the NCPs. We do really need your engagement for us, because I can speak on behalf of our institution that we are so very much interested in exploring various European Horizon and other programs and courses that they have. So we are really interested to tap into this. We hope to see more of our NCPs engagements and helping us to facilitate the needed networks and collaborations that we seek. The another thing I wish to clarify is I want to know the role of TED Fund in this, because I just saw something on TED Fund. I don't know. I know that TED Fund is in Nigeria, but I'm not sure how they are involved in this particular, or how we can engage with them. Thank you.
Well, I mean, the role of TED Fund, he is the beneficiary. If he's the beneficiary, is the beneficiary to this project. Sorry, the mic is someone. There are people with the mic. Please mute it. So TED Fund is the beneficiary from the government side, and Cognity is the technical arm of TED Fund. Then there are other questions. There is Bashir, Dr. Bashir.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Bashir.
Yeah, please, can you hear me?
Be in touch with you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon to you all. Actually, I would like to seize this opportunity to really appreciate this program, because actually the main problem we are having in Nigeria is a lack of participation in this kind of wonderful training. So I believe that by the end of this training, even though I'm not an NCP actually, but I am the director, Center for Agricultural Research and Extension Services, and I've learned a lot. So actually, I believe and I promise Professor Roberto, by the end of this program, you will definitely see a lot of application and a lot of improvement in our participation, because we need this kind of actually training program, and we will try to mobilize ourselves and come together to form a very strong and reliable network that we can be able to organize and coordinate research. So definitely I'm really happy and highly impressed to participate in this kind of program. And I would like to request that this is Erasmus or whatever, please try to be organizing this kind of training, at least even if it is either periodically or maybe annually for us, so that we have a lot of awareness in this kind of prestigious program. So once again, I sincerely appreciate participating in this program, and we'll try our best to see how we can mobilize ourselves to participate actively in this program. Thank you.
Bene, grazie Bashir. My question to you
Yes,
is,
sir.
my question, a question to you. Do you have kids?
You said?
Do you have kids?
Kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Do you accompany them to school?
Yes, actually I do. Even though they are very small, sometimes I do, sometimes their mother do.
Okay, so my question to you is, what will you do tomorrow as a new action after this training course and after that you have accompanied your kids to school?
Actually, as I've just mentioned earlier before, the problem that you see in Nigeria of lack of participation actually is lack of awareness. So having attended this program, definitely I will accompany it with a very good proposal, because we have a lot to do. But the issue is lack of awareness. And now we have started getting the awareness, because this is the first time I have heard about this program. I didn't hear about it initially, but this is the first time actually. This is the first time. Yes.
Bene, thank you so much. There is another question from Talizu Nazir. Salizu. Talizu. Talizu Nazir, you raise your hands. You want to say something? Salizu, are you there? No, Salizu doesn't reply to me. Any other questions or any other suggestion of what you will do tomorrow in terms of new changes that you will do, that will be which has been facilitated thanks to this course? Maybe Umar, Usman, Patel would like to say something. Umar. Anifat, bello. Anifat.
Hello.
Yes, who is speaking? Nasar.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Roberto. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much for the presentations from yesterday to up to this very time. And I would like to thank the Horizon Europe for organizing this important training. Actually, we have been NCPs for more than a year, and there are a lot of things that were not clear about them until this very time. For example, as we discussed some times ago, between me and you, I complained to you that some of the NCPs, we don't know the real function of us with regard to this program. And now, through this training, we are able to learn a lot of things that we have never learned before. And we are going to put them into use for our successive encounter with the applicants and with the calls. As you asked a question that how we going to do after this, I think to me is that we are going to see how we can put what we have learned into action, maybe to disseminate this information to the larger society and to tell people who are really interested in to participate in these calls that are usually being open. And then to answer some of the questions they raised before, we don't have answer to tell them, but now we have some answers that we can respond to such kinds of questions from the researchers. And from us, the NCPs.
Sorry, Nazar, for example, tell me one example of answer what you get, what you didn't know before.
Well, before I told you that most of the functions of the NCPs, particularly in guiding the researchers, even if we were asked to guide somebody in a particular question regarding any call, we don't know where. For example, we don't know where to get the information. Since the people from Nigeria or researchers from Nigeria, they cannot be the main researchers, then if they ask us how to get a partner that can lead the research so that they can participate, before we don't know where to find that. But now through this training, you have provided us with around 2 or 3 ways, including one website that we can lead a researcher to search the particular topic of interest regarding his proposal, and then maybe to meet people that are there, are working in that particular area. Then they can collaborate and work together. But before, we don't know this actually.
Bene, grazie, grazie Nazar. I see that Ruth would like she raises her hand. Ruth.
Yes, thank you. I am really happy that I'm part of this. Thank you, Roberto, for organizing this. It is really a worthy initiative. It has opened us to a lot of things. My takeaway from this, what I will do tomorrow in quotes means, what am I doing with what I've learned today? We are going to come together, form a team of research. We don't have all the answers yet. There are still some things we don't know, but we will start with what we have known now and start working along the way. It's going to get clearer, it's going to get better. So that before we provide answers to others, we will have gone through this experience and be able to explain better to people, to train them, to help them. So like the previous speaker said, this type of training is very, very important. It is not just a matter of being selected to be part of something. You need to know what you're to do, how to do it, when to do it, so that you can get the maximum results. So from this, we're going to come together now. We're going to reach out, come together, form a team, and start talking and start thinking and start planning so that Nigeria will be well represented. Then I really appreciate the presentation from the lady from South Africa. Subsequently, it may not be next year, but very soon, Nigeria too will be well represented because we know what to do, we know how to do it, and we know how to do it well. Thank you so much.
Bene, grazie Ruth. If there are no other questions or no other doubts, we can conclude. So as I mentioned to you, on the 12th and the 13th of December will be this Erasmus Plus training, which will be delivered by my colleague Errol. I can see Errol online. Errol, can you speak?
Yes, hello Roberto.
Hey Harold, ciao, good afternoon. So Harold is calling from Brussels while in Belgium. Could you please anticipate what you will present on Thursday?
Yeah,
Ciao,
sure.
Harold.
Ciao, Roberto, and hello to all the distinguished Nigerian NCP and trainers. Yes, indeed, it will be about the Erasmus Plus capacity building in higher education. So it will be divided in four sessions. The first one will be dedicated to how to find the call for proposals and the exact strength, because it is important to do so that any applicant could properly apply. Then the idea would be to show how to write a concept note related to this opportunity. And afterwards, we will provide the participants how to write relevant proposals with, as we mentioned, it is very important today how to have a good partnership, because the criteria is also very important. You will find out that the European Union has rules on this, minimum partnership. And we will continue with the project design as well as the impact of the project, because the European Union, the African Union, and Nigeria expect also impact from the project that they are granting with money. So all these aspects will be also dealt, as well as, last but not least, how to write a budget. And we will also touch about one question which has been also raised during the two excellent training days, which has been coordinated by Roberto with the help of the Nigerian partners. It will be also about to find out how one can search a good partner. How is it better to be a partner or a coordinator of a project? But this will depend of many factors, and we will also discuss this. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Roberto, for having.
Yeah, well, I mean, Errol, I don't want but to discover all the secrets, because I know but you are working hard just for the presentation. I do remember that you mentioned to me that the number of participants registered, how many are they? More than 200 or 195? How many are they?
That's what our colleague from Cogniti Ayala told us. It was the last time he gave us the information that, and it was 2 days ago, I guess it was 190 participants minimum. So indeed, it will be a huge event in terms of number, but the numbers does not reflect also the importance of equality, because here you have been able, Roberto, to gather a very good quality of persons, high-level NCPs from Nigeria, as well as a presentation from abroad. So congratulations again.
Okay. Errol, grazie. So what is important of the training of Errol, it is that we combine the training with an open call. Oh, in order that, I mean, all the participants will mirror just to the open call. Ben, Errol, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I would like just to remember that on the 17th of January will be another training course for dedicated just to NCP, and that there is an evaluation, and this evaluation of the training will be sent to Ayala. Sorry, will be sent back from Ayala to all of you. And I would like to thank Ayala from Ebenezer from Cogniti Advisory for helping in managing the platform, to Mike Faborode, who introduced, and he's the NCP coordinator in for Nigeria. And also, last but not least, I also would like to thank Pamina from the Federal Ministry of Education, because she helped us a lot in the dissemination of the information for both this training and for that. Pamina, I don't know if you are online. No. Anyhow, so thank you again.
I'm here, Mr. Yeah, sorry, I've been busy, quite busy here for a while. I've actually been listening to your session, It was an interesting one. Unfortunately, my director is not around for her to share your views and all that, but it's been a nice one, and thank you for everything. And I'm also going to thank Mr. Ajala. He has been supportive, really, and he has also given his email for any contact based on the grants and all that. So I really appreciate.
Bene. Okay, so Ayala, which I thank to him, Ayala, do you want to say something for us?
It's quite a very interesting webinar, and it's very highly impactful with all the intellectual contributions. I believe strongly that our NCP network will be a stronger tools, in just some few moments or few time now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here.
Bene, allora Ayala will send to all of you all the presentation, including my presentation. In my presentation, there is my email. If you have questions, do not hesitate and do not hesitate, and please be in touch with me. So I do look forward meeting you again on the 17th of January, which is a Friday. If I don't see you again, this is the occasion just to say to all of you, Happy Christmas and nice New Year. Bye-bye. Ciao e grazie.
Bye, ciao.
Bye, thank you.
Bye-bye. Say, Anjuma, you speak. Mr. Roberto,
yes.
Can you understand Hausa? I say Anjuma. That is bye-bye in Hausa.
No, please, can I see your face in order that
yes,
I can
yes.
recognize you? I don't
Since
see
we are learning
I
French,
want to
we're
see
supposed
your eyes.
Mr. Roberto, since we're learning French from you, I think you should learn Hausa as well.
Yeah, so say Anjima means bye-bye, but it's like I cannot connect.
So this is also Dr. Agbo from Bida.
Okay.
Bida, Niger State, telling you goodbye.
Yes.
We here will speak Nupe. We will say Kubelaji. So since you are learning Hausa, I think you should learn some Nupe.
Well,
you should also learn some Nupe
please.
from Niger State.
Ajala, please.
Okay,
Mr. Ajala.
please give
Yes,
me.
I can hear you.
So
give
me some time, and in the next presentation, I will open in some local languages.
Okay.
Hello.
So we wish you the best of Christmas celebration.
Yeah.
Bye-bye to all.
Okay, bye-bye. Say Ajima.
Ciao.
Mr. Ayala, please. Can I get your contact, please?
I can hear you. Who's talking?
Yeah, it's Dr. Bashir, please. Dr. Bashir.
Oh, great. Dr. Bashir.
Yes, please. Hello?
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah, please, I can put you my email now. Please contact me.
Okay, maybe just share it on the chat now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, please let me share it now.
Okay, then if you have anybody has any issue, you can reach out to us in Cognitive Advisory. We are available to assist in any way we can.
Yeah, actually, we really appreciate your coordination. We are very happy to have you in our mix. Actually, we are really happy and highly appreciated.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Question for Mr. Ajala.
Okay,
thank you. Yes, Mr. Ajala, please don't forget to share the video. That is for the first day and second day. Thank you.
I will forward it to you. Yes, I'll forward it to you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
I'll tell you ciao.
Mr. Ajala.
All right. Bye.
Hello, Mr. Ajala.
Okay, who is talking?
Oh, this is Olayinka speaking.
Okay.
Sorry, is it only coordination you do, or you do anything else pertaining to any Horizon Europe course?
Yes, we do a right Europe call, Erasmus call, depending on the ones you are looking forward to. We also help you to get partners for help researchers to get partners, including lead partners of their projects. So that's basically what we do in cognitive advancement.
Okay, so do you have means by
I'll
which
just drop my phone
institutions?
number here so that you can reach out.
Okay, okay.
Let me just drop my phone number. Hi, everyone.